Thank you, and good morning, everybody. It's about 9:01 a.m. on Friday, the 27th of February, 2026. This is the Friday session of the Lakefront Park Improvements hearing. We have a total of 5 items that we're dealing with in this hearing process. There's a shoreline substantial development permit, a shoreline conditional use permit, a shoreline variance, a zoning conditional use permit, and a SEPA appeal. I'm not going to take the time to read all the file numbers that go along with them. You're all familiar with them. I think that's enough of a background for the record to know who we are and what we're doing this morning. So my notes indicate that Mr. Anaker is going to call his witness, Ms. Villa, and we'll hear her testimony. Is that
Yes, that is correct.
Go for it then.
All right.
Ms. Villa, if you'd raise your right hand, please. I hope I'm pronouncing your name right. If I'm not, you can fix me up in a minute here. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be offering in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
And would you tell us your name and how to spell it, please?
Sure. Rachel Villa, Rachel, Villa, V as in Victor, ILLA.
Okay, thank you. I will try to remember the proper pronunciation from here out.
No problem.
Your witness, Mr. Anaker.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Okay, Ms. Villa, we've already gone over your name, but could you tell us a little bit about your professional position that you hold?
Sure. Absolutely. So I work for Trinity Consultants, doing business as Soundview Consultants. I've been here since 2009 as Soundview Consultants. I'm a fisheries biologist by background, academic, and my role at Soundview Consultants is in delineation and assessment of aquatic protected habitat areas, shorelines, lakes, streams, assessments, land use planning, and permitting since 2009.
Okay. And could you just go over your education a little bit after high school?
Oh, sure. Degree in fisheries biology from the University of Washington, Bachelor of Science. Most of my focus was on salmonids, and there was some water quality. I'm trying to think of my coursework. It's been a long time, but mostly fisheries biology, habitat.
Okay.
Related.
And just for anyone that, like me, a month or so ago, didn't know, what is a salmonid?
Sure. In Washington State, Puget Sound here, we have 5 salmon species like Chinook, and you may have heard of salmon, Chinook, chum, sockeye, coho, pink salmon. Those are generally the salmonids. There's also some trout species that get lumped in, but when we're talking about salmonids, we talk about those.
Is steelhead one of them?
Steelhead, yes.
Okay, that's the trout species.
Yes.
Okay. So, and what credential or certifications and other qualifications do you have in a formal sense?
In a formal sense, it's my degree in fisheries science, and then being a professional biologist, training in multiple different habitat assessment methodologies from Department of Ecology, from Army Corps of Engineers. I have done eelgrass delineations, ordinary high water delineations, wetland delineations and assessments, ratings, multiple trainings. I believe it's in my resume, but if you wanted a full list, I can pull my resume.
I think that's good. And have you previously worked on things like shoreline and critical areas permitting?
Yes.
Involving docks and other overwater structures?
Yes, quite a few.
Okay. And you were asked to conduct a third-party review of the Lakefront Improvements project, correct?
That's right, yes.
Okay. And what materials did you review? Form your opinions?
I have the list of exhibits up because there's a bunch of them. So city exhibit list, the site plan, the shoreline substantial development application, the variance application, the conditional use application, SEPA checklist, shoreline designation map, arborist report, critical area study, wetland and stream delineation report, biological evaluation, preliminary geotechnical report, exhibit 17, parts of the hearing examiner's decision on the original preserve in 2001, shoreline jurisdiction exhibit, impervious exhibit, stream buffer exhibit, Facet response to technical review comments, revised shoreline substantial development permit narrative, revised shoreline variance narrative, the SEPA mitigated determination of non-significance.
I guess it might be
Department of
faster for me to
Ecology
ask, were there any of the exhibits that you did, any of the exhibits numbers 1 through 40 that you did not review?
I have just 2 more. The Department of Ecology comments, exhibit 36 and exhibit 37, the HPA from Department of Fish and Wildlife. I reviewed those
Okay,
documents.
sounds good. And did you
Can I
review the
ask
staff?
for an answer to that question where you asked which ones she didn't? Because she didn't give numbers, so it was hard to
Oh, I'm sorry.
write down
Okay.
that quickly.
Sure.
Which ones she reviewed.
Okay. Do you want me to answer which ones I did not review then?
It would help
Please.
me out. Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay, sure. The ones I didn't think were relevant to my testimony, I did not review the exhibit 5. I did not review exhibit 7. Did not review exhibits 14 and 15. I reviewed some of exhibit 16 and some of exhibit 17. Partial, the parts I thought were relevant to my testimony. I did not review exhibit 18. Don't remember reviewing exhibit 23 or 24 or 25. Exhibit 33, exhibit 34, exhibit 35. That's it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. And so there was also a couple of exhibits related that were submitted by the appellates here. I'm going to go ahead and put one up real quickly on the screen. Okay. And do you recognize this document here?
Yes, I do.
Okay. It is exhibit 1001.
Okay.
And did you co-author this?
Yeah, yes, I did.
Okay. Okay. And so many of your opinions are contained within this.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds okay. So we can go ahead and just take that down for now. We might bring it back later. So what fish species are documented in Lyon Creek?
Oh, okay. In Lyon Creek, Department of Fish and Wildlife documents sockeye and coho as breeding habitat in Lyon Creek, and steelhead and chinook migratory habitat or potential occurrence in Lyon Creek. And chinook, steelhead, sockeye coho. I'm trying to recall from memory. I think those are sockeye coho. Yeah, those are the main species documented by Department of Fish and Wildlife in Lyon Creek.
And what about
Kokanee. Sorry, Kokanee.
Does Lake Washington contain any salmonids?
Yes, all the species I just mentioned occur in Lake Washington, and including bull trout. They also migrate past the project area to the Sammamish River nearby. So all those species are present, documented.
And are any of those Endangered Species Act listed species?
Yes, Chinook and steelhead and bull trout.
So from professional fisheries biologist perspective, why are nearshore and riparian habitats in this area important to some audits?
Sure. So Chinook, especially juvenile Chinook, are known to exhibit fidelity to nearshore, shallow water environments, and this is for multiple reasons. It's for protection from predators. It's for food source. There's vegetation, bugs, and things that drop from the vegetation into the water for juvenile salmon to eat, and safe passage along nearshore shallow water environments are important for survival of juvenile salmonids, especially those threatened endangered species. I think that answers your question.
Yeah.
Okay.
It does. Thank you. It did. Now, the proposal that you reviewed, it includes the removal of an existing dock and the construction of a new dock, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And do you know how much new docking is proposed?
Sure. I did a summary from the HPA ultimately because some of the documentation was a little confusing, but the HPA, the Department of Fish and Wildlife permit, the HPA outlined very carefully all the existing structures for removal, overwater structures, those overwater structures for relocation, and those for installation. So in summary of those quantities, I found roughly 812 square feet of new overwater coverage due to the project.
And that's a net change?
That's a net change, including the graded surface area, because the new dock will have open 60% graded surface decking.
So, and that number would be a lot higher if it wasn't graded decking, correct?
Yes, that's right. Mhm.
Okay. So what are the primary ecological impacts that are associated with overwater structures?
Overwater structures, when you're speaking about protected salmon species, have to do with disruption to migratory habitat use. So, for example, if a juvenile salmon was coming along and along the near shore and hit a large dock overwater structure, they might tend to swim around it because of the artificial shading and association of those structures with predator species. So I know smallmouth bass and largemouth bass, in addition to other fish species, have been documented around overwater structures in Lake Washington. So it's predation. Juvenile salmon will try to avoid those areas.
Okay. And you mentioned shading. Does graded decking eliminate shading impacts?
Not entirely. No. So if you imagine something sitting on the water that has open surface area, there'd still be shadowing under the structure as the sun moves across it. Yeah.
And that's why it still counts for something when it's graded decking instead of
right.
Solid.
Yeah. That's right. It's minimally better, but it's still increase.
And did you see anything in the analysis quantifying aquatic habitat impacts from the increased overwater structures?
Quantifying aquatic habitat impacts. No, I don't recall anything that broke out specifically those impacts. I think the impacts analysis that I recall in the package kind of blurred the lines between vegetation enhancement along the waterfront and functional assessment of the overwater coverage, the in-water and overwater structures. In other words, if I were to speak to the HPA, the mitigation, accounting, if you will, ended up with an increase in overwater structures. And then the rest of the compensation for the impacts was determined by the Department of Fish and Wildlife to be the native plantings along the park front, the whole mitigation plan itself.
Is it typical to fully mitigate overwater effects with plantings?
There's some functional analysis that can be done that identifies effects to habitat based on quantifiable overwater and in-water structures. So we look at what's happening in the change of overwater and in-water structures, and that means the pile, the footprint on the ground, in the water, you know, how much surface area in the lake bed is being obscured by the project, and then how much overwater coverage is being obscured by the project. And then if you can quantify those, you know, in terms of footprint and location and importance to the habitat, like for example, the near shore is more important to juvenile Chinook than deeper water. And effectively the riparian corridor, or the vegetation along the waterfront, if it's connected to the water, that is also important to safe migration of Chinook salmon, but it becomes disconnected if there's damage to the vegetation, or if there's a bulkhead, or if there's impervious surfaces in the way. Then that vegetation along the shoreline gets the benefits to the water habitat are removed, discounted. So you have to kind of quantify in an indirect way based on the value of what habitat are you looking at.
Okay. Let's talk about a few other things. So what is mitigation sequencing?
Mitigation sequencing is in the Shoreline Master Program, and it outlines the steps to produce a good, well-planned and permitted project, right? So in my case, I often will guide clients in avoiding impacts to the environment first. If you can avoid direct impacts to a habitat, a water body, a protected feature in the landscape, I always advise we do that first. We avoid first. Those things we cannot avoid and still meet the project needs, then we minimize the damage to the environment. So minimization measures might be best management practices in construction. It might be monitoring of the plantings, might be seasonal use of the structures, or seasonality to avoid direct impacts to the species. So there's avoidance and minimization. Those things you can't avoid and minimize, then you compensate or mitigate for. So once you've gone through the proper sequencing, then the mitigation plan should address those things that you cannot avoid or minimize. You compensate for those environmental impacts.
And you said that it's in the Shoreline Master Program, that you're referring to the Lake Forest Park Shoreline Master Program?
Yes, yeah. Appendix A, I believe it's section 120 or 130.
Okay, it's not particularly important, but generally the exact one here for your purposes. It matters to me, but maybe less to you.
Great.
So you've worked with municipalities and applicants to municipal review before, correct?
Yes, I've worked with applicants to avoid, minimize, and compensate for project impacts. Yes.
So you've seen more than one Shoreline Master Program then?
Yes.
Okay. And mitigation sequencing is a pretty typical thing?
It's very standard, yes. So it comes with the Shoreline Management Act. Yep.
And is it, in your experience, an optional thing?
Nope, not in my experience.
Okay. And do you have to document that you've done things in the correct mitigation sequence?
Yes, you have to demonstrate that you are, in fact, avoiding and minimizing what you can.
in your experience, what would happen were you to apply, to include a mitigation plan in an application where you did not document that you?
Avoidance and minimization demonstration would be required, and that may involve going back and forth with the agency sometimes. And there's multiple levels of review. When you're working in the water, it's federal, state, and local review. So,
okay. So you've reviewed the project documents, or at least many of them.
yes.
Did you think that, in your professional opinion, do you think the mitigation sequencing was demonstrated and documented in those documents?
Not entirely. No, I don't see avoidance and minimization from the scale and location of the project footprints. I don't know if you want me to go into details,
Please.
but yeah, because I could pull up, I think it's best if I pull up the site plan.
Absolutely.
To share, because it's a bit of a picture's worth 1,000 words type of thing. Let's see.
Just tell us what you're bringing up.
Okay, I'm going to bring up the Exhibit 1 site plan. And then I also can bring up the biological evaluation side by side, because I want to show existing and proposed conditions. These are things that I would typically submit to an agency if I were to demonstrate mitigation sequencing.
It's generally typical to make it easy to find the existing conditions on a site.
Yes.
For the permitting agency.
That's right. So a clear demonstration of existing and proposed conditions is an important part of the mitigation sequencing. And I'm pulling up the two documents. I'm hoping I can share my screen.
If you have insurmountable technical difficulties, that you keep trying, but let me know and I can bring up what you're after too.
Okay, thank you. I think I can do this. Am I allowed to share? Okay, sure. There we go. Looks like I am. All right, can you see my screen?
We can see that you have started. Oh, there we go. Yep.
Okay. Okay, so I believe I think I have the correct page open. It's the existing conditions on the left. I'm trying to zoom in so it's more clear.
And which exhibit number is that?
This is the 12, the biological evaluation on the left, and then on the right is the exhibit number 1 site plan.
And just so it's nice and clear.
I can see two plans side by side.
Okay, great. Okay.
On my screen now.
Just so it's super clear, which I think PDF page would be okay, but which PDF page of each are we looking at?
Okay, this is PDF page 61 on the left of the biological evaluation. And then exhibit 1 looks like PDF page 4. Oops. Okay. Okay. So I'll talk about what I mean by avoidance first. It looks like on the left here, we can see the existing. Is that right? Existing conditions. No, that's not right. That's the proposed. My bad. I scrolled to the wrong thing. Oh, I believe it was page 55. I'm sorry. I changed the number on the exhibit. There we are. think this is more like it. Okay, apologies. The existing conditions are on page 55 of the biological evaluation. Okay, but still the same page 4 on the right. So what I mean by avoidance and minimization between existing and proposed, on the left, you can see that the boardwalk, the access along Lyon Creek on the left, kind of goes around the creek in this manner. There's a path and a few.
I'm not hearing any voices.
Oh, can you hear me now? Am I
Can
too
you
low?
hear me?
Am I too low? My volume?
I can hear Miss Villa just fine. Mr. Hearing Examiner, can you hear me?
Hello?
Mr. Anaker, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I cannot hear you.
Uh-oh.
I
Miss
can
Pratt, would you like to
hear
join our
Any
everyone.
buttons
chorus?
on my end. I've just sat here, watched slides moving around on the screen.
Mr. Gall, can you hear me? I'm able to hear everyone.
And Ms. Pratt, I don't hear a thing you're saying.
I think we need a recess.
You want to stop? Oh. Does that work better without the share?
Doesn't look like it.
Since I didn't push any buttons on my end, I don't think there's any buttons I could push to undo whatever's happened.
Don't know.
Okay. Here's what that's
I
fine.
hope I'm
Let me
not
before you
misrepresenting
go
you there,
something.
Miss
Can the
Pratt, but I
rest of
said
you
we could
hear
do
each
a
other?
recess.
Yes, we can hear.
You can hear each other. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on. Let me log out and come back in. Let me see if that
Okay.
does anything.
Okay. I'll wait.
So don't go away.
Okay. I'll wait. We'll see. Don't know if it was the sharing messed with us. Settings.
I can hear people now.
Oh, great.
Okay.
Amazing.
Am I?
Now, now the question is, let me see if I can still, I don't see those two
Oh, I'll get
being
back.
shared
I'll
side
get
by
back to that.
side. They've
I stopped
disappeared.
sharing. I'll start again.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I will, just to better frame it, I'll repeat my question to the best of my recollection.
Okay.
Okay,
And
there they are.
Can you still hear us?
Yes.
Okay. So my question was in your professional opinion, do you believe that if that avoidance and minimization were demonstrated in the project documents?
Right. So to illustrate why I don't see avoidance and minimization yet entirely, and this I'm going to show the existing and proposed conditions and where I'm seeing maybe deficiencies or questions that I had. So we have the paths around Lyon Creek and a overwater structure, and clearly there's a lot going on around the creek. I understand that they're moving the path out here, keeping an overwater structure, and then keeping some viewing platforms around the creek. So as I look at that and I review the Shoreline Master Program, I'm not sure that the functionality of the crossing of the platform over the creek is needed. There's a section in the Shoreline Master Program that says that crossings should have multiple uses if possible and should be necessary. I don't know why that's necessary. It doesn't go anywhere anymore. It doesn't lead around the creek. It spans the creek, and this to me it could potentially harm migrating salmonids that are using this area for migration and foraging. So I don't know that that's necessary, or so it's not complete avoidance, basically is what I'm saying, even though they're moving some things away from the creek. And in addition, there's viewing platforms. There's one here. The HPA says that these structures should be at least 10 feet away from the water. And I know from the scale, it looks like it's probably 10 feet away, but it's not clearly demonstrated that that's 10 feet away from the water. So those viewing platforms. And the reason I think that's important is because of the plantings. You need space for plants to stabilize the stream bank. And under these structures there wouldn't be plants growing. So there'd be bare soils, potential erosion, and that would not create buffer the creek. So avoidance and minimization basically is not being demonstrated around Lyon Creek. And I think additionally the impervious surfaces, I know that the structures are being moved to the north or using existing footprints, and that's typical of avoidance of new impacts, but there's an increase in impervious surface area, and the impervious surfaces are going to lead to potential water quality degradation to the lake and the creek. And I haven't seen any direct compensation or minimization measures for the new impervious surface areas. There's another piece that I think does not demonstrate avoidance and minimization, and that's the access over wetland B, which is the wetland along the lake.
Could you show us that on the map?
It's right here, wetland B right here. It's a little strip here. So wetland B, as it exists, potentially provides some vegetation, habitat benefits to the aquatic habitat. If there's access across that wetland by the public, that wetland will likely be damaged, or maybe will be harmed basically by public access. So I think the intensity of use, the new impervious surfaces, and the location and the scale of the project does not demonstrate an avoidance and minimization, in my opinion.
You mentioned the scale of the project. What are you referring to there?
I'm referring to just the size, and it's not clear to me why it needs to be this large. A community building, the office building, the parking spaces, the quantity of impervious surfaces I know from the previous Lyon Creek Park. There was an assessment from the biological evaluation 2001 talked about, the benefits of the park, public access, and that it demonstrated some benefits to the use because there was no new parking, there was less impervious surface at the time of the creation of Lyon Creek Park, and that's just not the case in this time.
So, was there any documentation that you reviewed explaining why the minimization and avoidance you're talking about was not possible?
No, I didn't see that in the application. What?
Would you typically be expected to see something explaining that?
Yes, maybe maybe more information about the expected capacity or the need for the scale of the project.
Okay.
I didn't see that well defined. Excuse me.
So, but you generally think that a less intensive use was possible?
I have questions about that. Yes, for sure.
I'm sorry, is
Okay.
the answer yes, you
Yes,
think?
yes, I think there's potential for less intensive use of the property. Yes.
Okay. So moving on to, you reviewed the mitigation plan, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
As much as it's broken up into different sections throughout the application materials, it's a little bit confusing, but it is embedded.
Did you find any quantifiable performance standards?
Not in the application package itself, no.
Okay. Why is that important?
Do you want me to stop sharing my screen or is this?
If you like, we may come back.
Okay. Performance standards in a mitigation plan are important to document success, measurable success of a mitigation plan over time.
And why is it important to document success?
Because the mitigation plan has to have achievable goals and objectives, and how you meet those goals and objectives is measured by the performance standards. For example, maybe you expect to see 100% of the planted materials in year one. After the initial construction and plant installation, a typical performance standard is we would expect to see 100% of those plants either survive after year one or be replaced. And, you know, in some measure so that the mitigation plan is still intact. And then over time, years 2 and 3, you would expect to see some measure of growth and survival of those plantings. So maybe 80% of the quantity of plants have survived, but they're starting to grow, and you can measure that by spatial size of the plantings.
And you reviewed the staff report, correct?
Yes, I did. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And the staff report did have some performance standards in it, correct?
That's right. Staff report recommended performance standards. Yeah.
Okay. So, looking more, you actually mentioned you mentioned stream crossings in your discussion of minimization. Now I am making you bring it back up.
Okay. Okay.
And I can ask my question
Okay.
once
Let's see.
you have it back up.
Okay. I think I'll. Yeah, this stream
So
crossing.
yeah, you mentioned stream crossings. Why were you particularly concerned about stream crossings?
So the stream crossing it structurally would preclude planting that area as buffer to protect the creek. It would also bring people to, you know, over the creek and it could potentially disrupt migration habitat for protected fish species in the creek.
Okay.
And disrupt the individual fish themselves.
Okay. So, moving on a little bit here. What does the term no net loss mean?
Yeah, no net loss to me, or to the Shoreline Master Program as I've seen it used for permits, is demonstrating the environmental functions that are existing on a site, the vegetation, the age class of the vegetation, the impervious surfaces, the health of the maybe wetlands, streams, shorelines, whatever's protected features, sometimes habitat features on a site. So you quantify and identify those conditions that are existing, and then you also do the same after mitigation sequencing on those things existing on site after the proposed project is implemented. So existing and proposed is, and then compensation for those will demonstrate no net loss of environmental function.
Okay. And under the Shoreline Master Program for Lake Forest Park, is development required to result in a net loss of, or no net loss of ecological function?
That's part of the, yeah, that's part of the permit process for shoreline permitting. Yes, no net loss of environmental function.
And based on your review of the documents, were you able to determine whether the project would achieve no net loss of ecological function?
No, and mainly because of the A, the increase in impervious surface, B, the intensity of use of the site, leading to more disturbance of the critical areas, and the overwater shading, mainly those reasons. I don't
Okay.
see a no net loss yet.
So what information was missing that prevented you from making that determination?
So it's first I had to sort out what is the mitigation plan addressing. As I mentioned, I reviewed the HPA. The HPA identifies a net increase in overwater structures, offsets that are being provided for that net increase in overwater structures by the planting plans, but there's still doesn't talk about the use and the increase of intensity of use. And that's something that I would not expect from Department of Fisheries and Wildlife. That's usually Department of Ecology's purview under the Shoreline Master Program. Intensity of use would get addressed under more like cumulative impacts or indirect impacts. That's also something that I expect to see during the federal consultation for this project. The increase in impervious surfaces is going to be of concern to the federal services, National Marine Fisheries and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service during federal permitting. And the overall increased overwater structure is also going to be of concern for the federal review.
So have you ever prepared environmental documents for a SEPA
Yes.
review?
Yes. SEPA checklist, critical areas reports, mitigation plans.
So you're familiar with the requirements under SEPA to evaluate probable significant adverse environmental impacts?
Yes.
Okay. So as we've already mentioned, the project proposes a large pier. From a fisheries and other areas of your expertise standpoint, why is the size of the pier relevant?
The size of the pier again lends itself to the amount of overwater coverage in the near shore environment that's important for in particular juvenile Chinook migration, disruption of the habitat from the use of that structure, and also fidelity of or other species, predator species that are also found associated with those overwater structures that prey on Chinook salmon, juvenile Chinook.
And do you consider the overwater coverage from that pier to be a potential significant adverse impact?
Yes, and I would agree with the biological evaluation that there be adverse impacts to listed species from this project. Yes.
Okay. Are there other potential impacts identified by that biological examination or biological evaluation?
The evaluation was the impervious surface increase, yeah, and the pollutants that would potentially be coming from those pollutant generating surfaces like the public parking area, and the other impervious surfaces that allow runoff to just roll unchecked into buffers and streams and the lake.
So how do stormwater pollutants affect salmonids?
Well, it creates a toxic soup that they have to swim in. I know there's some newer concerns for some tire dust that comes off of car tires that is PPD6. It's been found to be toxic to salmonids in streams.
Were there mitigations in the documents you reviewed for that increase in stormwater runoff?
No, is just very generally talking about the plantings, mitigation plantings throughout the mitigation plan, but those areas that are vegetated in between impervious surfaces would not buffer the impacts to the lake or the stream. Those little pockets of vegetation are kind of isolated, if you will, from buffering the stream and the lake.
Okay. So in your opinion, then the stormwater runoff related to impervious surfaces is an unmitigated impact.
Yes.
Okay. And really quick, just to get back to the pier a little bit here. In your opinion, is the overwater impacts of that pier adequately mitigated?
No, it's unclear.
Okay.
There's the shading and then there's the intensity of use. I think the public use of that pier and lack of seasonal restrictions or consideration of the migration habitat are not well defined or mitigated, compensated for.
Okay. What additional information would be necessary to determine that they were mitigated?
I think quantifying better how this vegetation planting plan around Lyon Creek will protect the water quality and the water habitat, because I don't see, like I said, the dimensions and where plants are going to be installed to protect Lyon Creek. There's the remaining question that I have about the access over the creek and the use of that access during potentially sensitive salmonid use of the creek, and then the overwater structure on the lakefront side. I think that it brings more people to the migration habitat corridor, and it doesn't talk about seasonality or restrictions. I know there's some consideration of roping or fencing along and signage along the structure, but it is a fairly big structure, and I'm not sure that it needs to be as big as it is. I don't see that.
In your professional opinion, is the fencing on the site sufficient to prevent harm to fish species?
No, I don't think so. It's a little unclear to me where the fencing along the new pier, how that will protect the habitat in the lake. And the crossing of the stream. I think this just lends itself to people potentially just going over the creek and then maybe to the neighboring property. I'm not sure. I'm not clear on how this protects the habitat.
Okay. And the MDMS itself, as you reviewed it, contained no quantitative performance standards, correct?
Right. There were no performance standards in the application package that were,
okay.
Yeah.
In your field, how important is an analysis of cumulative effects?
When you have a high level of review like this type of project for a variance or a conditional use permit, cumulative effects should be considered.
Okay. So if a project increases overwater coverage and impervious surfaces and removes trees and intensifies shoreline use simultaneously, are those impacts independent or interacting?
Those are interacting.
Okay. And what kind of effects would that interaction have?
Intensified disturbance to the protected aquatic habitat.
Can minor individual habitat changes combine to produce a significant ecological consequence?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that one more time?
Can individually small habitat changes combine to produce significant consequences ecologically?
Sure, I think that's the definition. Yeah, that's the cumulative impacts.
Okay. It may have been being too clever by half there. Did the materials you reviewed provide a cumulative impacts analysis?
I think in the variance application, it talked about cumulative impacts, but I didn't see a very thorough analysis of it, and I don't believe the increase in impervious or the increase in intensity of use was addressed.
Okay. So there was it was addressed, but not thoroughly.
It was mentioned, and I saw a paragraph about it, and I still have questions after that paragraph about those items that I mentioned.
If you were preparing environmental documents for a SEPA threshold determination, do you think that such a minimal analysis would pass muster?
Not for a variance where it's required to have a cumulative impacts analysis.
Okay. What about for making a SEPA determination?
That's the threshold for,
Yeah.
right?
A DS or MDNS.
MDNS. Yeah, again, I don't think I could say that this project, right, I don't see how you can get to a DNS without more information about how avoidance and minimization was first met.
Okay. So, as we're talking about, under an MDNS, this mitigation must reduce the impacts below the level of significance. From your review, did the city quantify did the city actually, I would strike that question.
I could stop sharing if you want.
We already touched on this a little bit, but I want to go a little more in depth on something here. So did the mitigation plan identify habitat-specific measures to offset the aquatic impacts?
The mitigation plan seemed to lump all the actions into one. So the functional analysis, as I was mentioning before, about what are the impacts to the water bodies, the habitat in the water, over water in water footprints, and then change in vegetation along the waterfront. Those were not broken out adequately to identify whether or not there was enough compensation for the wetlands and buffer and upland impacts that are happening from the impervious surface areas. It was lumped together, and it was very hard to tease out the compensation for the impacts.
Okay. So there were no measurable performance standards specifically tied to fish habitat.
No.
Okay. So SEPA requires a threshold determination be based on reasonably sufficient information. What, from your point of view as a fishery specialist, what baseline data are necessary to evaluate those impacts?
To evaluate the
Impacts.
impacts of the project or
of a project, yes.
of a project. I just got distracted by someone coming by. I'm sorry. the baseline information to determine the impacts of a project. Again, as I started off with existing and proposed conditions, it requires the health of the water bodies, so the creek and the Lake Washington on site and the wetlands on site, the extent of those areas, adequately delineated, assessed, presented spatially on a plan and in the functional analysis for here's how much impervious surface is on the site, here's the maybe the stormwater treatment or facilities of those impervious surfaces on the site, here's the existing conditions of the vegetation on the site, complete wetland and buffer. So whole assessment report of existing conditions. Then once you've identified that and quantified it on a plans, because there's a lot to talk about, especially when you have creeks, lakes, and wetlands and 3 different parcels and the use of those parcels. So that's the existing conditions. The proposed conditions then can be similarly compared to existing conditions in those terms functionally. What's happening to the wetlands on the site based on the project, what's happening to the buffers on site based on the project, what's happening to the aquatic habitat and the nearshore, impacts to the vegetation along the nearshore, impacts to the substrate, in the water footprints, and then overwater. So you break out all those impacts from the project, and then you can more clearly address the no net loss.
And in the documents you reviewed, was that what you saw?
So no, I mean, I'd say as I reviewed the critical area, the wetland assessment report, we had questions, the critical areas report, we had questions, and then the biological evaluation. I agreed with the determinations in the biological evaluations that there will be adverse impacts from the new impervious surfaces and the overwater coverage, but those impacts are not addressed in the package. So there's a long answer to say no.
Okay.
I think it's the answer to your question.
So from your review, there are significant environmental impacts that are not shown to be mitigated.
Yes.
Are there environmental impacts that are almost explicitly not mitigated?
Oh boy, it's a whole package, right? It's probably the impervious surface and the stormwater is going to be one of the biggest ones to address. In addition to the use and the disturbance of the wetlands, buffers, and aquatic habitat.
Okay. So the record that you reviewed, does it contain reasonably sufficient information to confidently conclude that the impacts will not be significant?
No.
Okay. And that will do it for my questions.
Thank you. Ms. Pratt, do you wish to cross-examine?
I do, thank you. Hello, Ms. Villa. Thank you for
Hello.
coming today. Your report is exhibit 101 in this case.
Excuse me, 1001.
Sorry, 1001. I need
Every
another
time.
0 in there. 1001. And it explained that you did a desktop assessment. So I assumed that meant you didn't go on site. Is that correct?
That is right. Yes.
And then your report, I'll just pull it up while we're talking about it. So your report describes looking at the application package includes, and it talks about um, the Lakefront property, Lyon Creek Waterfront Preserve, wetland and stream delineation report, and the critical areas study completed by the city's consultant in 2025. So are those the two documents you used to produce this exhibit 1001? Was that what you reviewed for that?
1001. I did also review the application documents themselves. I think I'm speaking there to the purview of responding to the technical information found in the critical areas report and the wetland assessment report.
So, okay, so this says you reviewed these two documents, but you did review other documents in order to produce Exhibit 1001.
Right, we have some references listed on page 9
Okay,
of that.
on page 9. Let me just get there.
Yeah, and it looks like it was not a comprehensive list of all the references for the documents, but we were provided some of the documents after we produced this report. So like the
After.
staff
Did it-
report, this
Right.
doc- yeah, the
Okay,
staff.
but these are the documents you used to produce this report on page 9?
And yeah, for the most part, there are some, I think I didn't put a comprehensive list like the application itself. So if we were to look at the exhibit list, exhibit 3, exhibit 4, exhibit 5, I put in that report the technical information that I was reviewing and
The
commenting on.
technical information.
That's right.
And then I think as we were talking, you mentioned you got additional documents after you produced this report. Is that what you were saying?
I believe it was the staff report I got after that.
Okay. So this is dated February 10th, 2026. When did you get the staff report? Do you know?
I would have to look at my emails. Would you like me to look at my emails?
No, that's okay. The biological assessment isn't listed here. I would like to know when you got that.
Biological evaluation. I don't recall, but I did review it.
But you got it after February after you produced this report, which is Exhibit 1001.
I'd have to look at my emails to see. I'm sorry.
Do you think you had it? Do you think you had it when you did Exhibit 1001?
I don't remember exactly. I know that I was asked to review the critical areas report and the wetland assessment report, but the biological evaluation, I don't remember when I got it. I did review it though, and I don't remember if it's addressed in this technical letter or not.
If you had addressed it in this letter, would it be in your references on page 9?
It should be, yeah.
Okay. Okay, if we can look here. So this is the first page of your report, Bates stamp number 1001,
Mhm.
and you've got 4 parcels
Mhm.
outlined. Is that right? Am I seeing that right?
That's right. That was a mistake. Yeah.
That was a mistake.
just
What's the mistake?
The fourth, the most southwest parcel.
What about it?
That's not the project.
Okay, did you include it in your analysis?
No.
Okay. And okay, so the parcel numbers that are listed here on the first page, those are not correct. Am I right?
I don't have that information in front of me
Okay.
to respond to you.
The second page of your report, it says the City of Lake Forest Park proposes to improve the existing public waterfront access. What's your understanding of what that existing public waterfront access is in Lake Forest Park?
Lake Forest Park, the proposal will expand public access to the waterfront and allow in-water access where it's not right now.
So right now you're understanding there is no in-water access for the public in Lake Forest Park?
That's right.
Okay. On this next page, the third page of your report, let's see. Data point 9. Your report says the data form should be revised to check yes for sandy redox. But this doesn't change the determination that data point 9 is not a wetland, correct?
So I'm going to let my counterpart, Rachel Highland, speak to the technical wetland components of the report. That's
Okay.
purview.
So you also wouldn't be able to answer questions about DP 13?
That's right. Not as accurately or thoroughly as my counterpart, Rachel Highland. She's a professional wetland scientist.
But the two of you worked on this report together?
Yes.
Exhibit 1001? Okay. Okay. 1006. Page 6 of your report. Says no plan indicating existing conditions was provided.
And
Have
that
you
could,
since obtained that information?
the biological evaluation did more clearly show the existing conditions.
And did you have that when you wrote this report?
Maybe
You're not sure.
It looks like, yeah, I'm not sure, but it looks like not, because I don't remember seeing a very clear existing conditions exhibit.
And who provided you with the documents that you reviewed?
I believe it was Kale.
Okay.
One second.
So is it Ms. Highland who would answer questions about the size of wetland B?
Yes.
Okay. And would she be the one to answer questions about plants on the site?
Yes. What insofar as the talk about wetland delineation and assessment. That's
Okay.
right. Mhm.
You're familiar with the existing dock in the Lyon Creek Preserve?
I mean, the footprint is shown.
Will removing that dock help the salmonids?
Yeah, that's been determined as part of the package of that allowed the HPA to be issued.
Okay. You talked about avoidance deficiencies, and you pointed out that there's a platform over the Lyon Creek stream. Is it your opinion that that viewing platform should be removed?
Yes. If we're looking at avoidance of impacts, yes.
Is there any benefits to that platform under the city's SMP?
I know the SMP speaks to access, but it could also mean viewing access. It doesn't have to mean directly crossing into, from my understanding of the Shoreline Master Program.
And so you would have the public view Lyon Creek from behind the where the creek's buffers, or what would your opinion be?
Yeah, set back from the creek so that there's sufficient room for plants to establish. I know in some of those areas with platforms, you wouldn't plant as many trees because the public would want to see the creek, I assume, that's part of the proposal.
Uh-huh.
So maybe
Uh-huh.
shrubs or lower plants between those platforms and the water would help balance the impact from access.
Okay. So we're gonna remove all the platforms. And you said the HPA and other
Objection, there was a
platforms.
misstatement of testimony in there.
I asked if her opinion would be that the platforms would be removed, and she said yes.
Oh, I thought you meant the
And then you
overwater.
said, okay, remove all the platforms.
Okay, so you would only remove the overwater platform?
That's what I thought we were talking about, the overwater.
Okay. Would you remove the other platforms in the in the preserve area?
No, I believe viewing platforms would help, especially if there's interpretive signage there to offset the impacts of access to view the water. Interpretive signage could help the public be aware of the importance of Lyon Creek, what habitat it contains. You could also plant between the platform and the water shrubs and low-growing plants that could help to buffer the water body, but also allow some viewing. So
Where would you put, how far away should the viewing be from the creek? Is it outside the buffer? Is that your opinion?
no, you can't do it here. The buffers are too big. You
Oh,
can't use the
where
buffer.
would you put it?
So I think if we're looking at a variance to locate things within standard buffers and setbacks. So the variance criteria has to demonstrate that they're protecting the water and the habitat and also allowing public access for viewing. And you can do that if you have, according to the HPA, at least 10 feet between the viewing platform and the creek.
Okay.
Um,
And
that's
is
the
it your
variance.
opinion that the platforms shown are within the 10 feet, so they don't meet the HPA
What I'm
criteria?
saying, it's unclear.
Unclear.
It's unclear. I don't see a distance measurement on the site plans.
Okay, so it's just something you don't know. Is that right?
That's right. At least one of them looks like it might be 10 feet or less. It's unclear to me. And
Okay.
there's certainly the overwater is less than 10 feet from the
And so
water.
you would remove that overwater platform. That's
That's
your
right.
opinion.
That's my opinion. Yeah.
And does it make any difference to you that it's an existing platform?
No, because we're quantifying the project on the whole. Looked at all of the overwater coverages.
Okay.
Mhm.
You talked about an increase in impervious surface for the project. Did you do a calculation of the impervious surface on the project?
No, I ended up looking at the application materials to see what the new impervious versus existing impervious.
And where did you get your numbers?
So ultimately, the one I remember most is from the biological evaluation that talks about the increase in impervious surface.
For the entire project, that's what you're talking about?
That's what I recall. Yes, it talks about the increase in impervious surface and I believe that's the effects portion of the biological evaluation.
Okay, let me just pull that up for you.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna share my screen. So here's the biological evaluation. If you know where that analysis is,
Let's look at table of contents. I think it's chapter 5.
chapter 5.
3. Yeah, chapter 5. I think it's the let's see, 5.1 perhaps.
Okay.
Yeah, page 23.
Okay, I will go to 23.
This is
When you say 23, you mean document page 23, not PDF 23.
yes, looks like
Okay.
that. Yeah.
There's about a 6 number difference, I think.
Oh, okay.
Okay, here's
Yeah, that
page 23, bait stamp 300.
Yeah.
yeah.
Which portion of this would you like to see? Or what told you what the impervious calculation for the project was?
Give you a scroll down to the next section. I
Yep.
think it had that number on the park improvements will result in 18,000 square feet of permanent buffer, a total 4,000 square feet of existing hardscaping will be demolished. 42 trees, 5.3. It might be in 5.3. I thought there was a net
Okay.
increase in impervious surface.
Okay.
Actually have the, nope. Indirect impacts. I also have the okay, water quality. Perhaps it's 5.3.3. Let's see. Total water habitat. Are you going to 5.3.3?
I am there, yes.
Okay.
Happy to
Okay.
scroll down or what?
Maybe let's see. I don't have the numbers. Looks like it's just the 5.3.3. The first paragraph talks about pollutants from overwater, or sorry, impervious surfaces. So I don't see the number in front of us here. I'd have to look at the documentation again to see where the impervious calculations came from, or the increase in impervious calculations came from.
So I just want to be clear, you didn't do the calculations yourself. You didn't find them in the BE, and you're not sure where you found them. Is that right?
From memory, that's right. Right now at this time, I know I could find them. I don't I wouldn't make that up, that there was a net increase in impervious surface. That's part of my discussion.
Uh-huh. Okay. Um, Mr. Fudge, your client, testified yesterday that there was an 80% increase in impervious surface on the site. Did he discuss that calculation with you? I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Ms. Villa, can you hear us?
Oh, Kim was asking Mr. Fudge.
No. Oh, okay.
No,
So
she was asking
yesterday,
you about what he said yesterday.
yeah.
Oh.
So
I didn't.
yesterday,
Uh,
Mr. Fudge
oh,
testified there was an 80% increase of impervious surface with the project. Did he discuss that calculation with you?
I don't remember an 80%. No, and I don't remember speaking about that with the Fudges.
So you didn't, okay.
The 80% increase in impervious surface. That doesn't seem correct, but I don't have where that number is coming from. More of a general increase in impervious surfaces. And I know there's new pollutant generating surface from the public parking. Overall calculation, I don't have that number in my head right now.
Okay. Have you reviewed the stormwater plan for the site?
I did not see the stormwater plan. I reviewed the geotechnical report, preliminary geotechnical report, because I thought that addressed some of the ground conditions and runoff, but I didn't see a stormwater plan.
Is it your understanding when you said your concerns about surface water,
Yes.
did you think that there was going to be any surface water treatment on site, or are you assuming none?
I didn't see it. I assumed there would be, but I didn't see it. I thought maybe it would come later on during design. Geotechnical alluded to the pervious versus impervious surfaces. And
So would treating the stormwater make any difference to your conclusions about the water quality problems?
Sure, treating the stormwater on the pollutant generating surface, that is the parking surface, would help, especially as you have that chapter up there, the section about pollutants and contaminants include those derived from tire wear, are known to be damaging to aquatic habitat. But there's also the impervious surfaces surrounding the walkways and things between the project area to the dock and to the creek.
So is it your testimony that none of that is being treated, these additional water pollutants?
I did not see a stormwater plan. So the only thing I assumed that was being done was the plantings, the vegetated plantings.
Okay, so your opinions assume only plantings for treating water quality.
And geotechnical evaluation about the soils. That was what I based my testimony on, yes, for stormwater.
Okay.
Also, there's some areas where the vegetation plantings are potentially not adequate to protect Lyon Creek. Like I was mentioning, the areas where they're close to the creek, between the platforms and the water.
So you would move some of the plantings, is that what you're saying?
Would move some of the structures away to better protect the creek.
Which structures?
The overwater structure along Lyon Creek and the viewing platform.
So we already discussed that. You would take away the overwater viewing platform, and there's a platform that may be within the 10 feet, and so you might move that if it's within the 10 feet.
That's right. It should be further back to protect the water, yes, of Lyon Creek.
If it meets that 10 feet, should it be moved?
Not according to the HPA. It's just not clear that
Right.
avoids, right.
It's not clear.
Yeah.
And so, but if it turns out that's not doesn't meet the 10 feet, you would say move it back outside the 10 feet.
Well, there's still some unclarity just about the use of the whole mitigation plan. That is the plantings that are in the middle of the excuse me, of the pathways.
Uh-huh.
Those are being quantified as part of the mitigation, but they're not. Sorry, they are isolated from the critical areas, so they're not acting as a buffer for stormwater runoff.
Okay, so there are plants. I just want to get this clear.
Sure.
Plants in the middle of pathways that are not providing mitigation. Is that what you're saying?
They're not providing those functions for stormwater filtration or runoff.
Stormwater.
Yeah.
Okay. Not a stormwater function. Okay.
Mhm.
May I ask her a clarifying question on the plants in the middle of the path?
Sure.
I have two visions of what you mean. I have a vision of a pathway
Mhm.
with plants growing up in the middle of it. And I have another vision of a network of pathways with plants between the various paths. Is either vision the one that you're talking to us about? And if neither of my visions are right, tell me what you're getting at, because all I'm thinking is plants growing up in the middle of walkways.
Oh, no,
And-
I mean,
and
the second one, I'm sorry. I mean, the plants that are in the middle of the facility, the park facility, are surrounded by pathways. They're surrounded by impervious surfaces, so they would not buffer the creek or the lake from stormwater runoff.
Thank you for clarifying that for me. Sorry to interrupt,
Not
Ms. Pratt.
effective.
Go ahead.
You testified about the cumulative impacts, and you said one of those is an increase in impervious surface. That's how I understood your testimony. Does it depend on the amount of increase in impervious surface from the existing condition?
The extent, yeah, to the to the scale of the property, it would. I know there's thresholds in the Shoreline Master Program for percent impervious coverage, right? And that those amounts are right built in to protect the critical areas, as far as I understand.
So if each lot met the impervious surface threshold, would that be considered adequate?
It depends on the surface type and the treatment, and usually, in my experience, the state and regulatory agencies require that you use pervious surfaces when you can.
And can they use impervious surfaces on this site?
No, according to the geotech report, the
Okay.
site is would not infiltrate.
Okay, so if each lot meets the impervious surface criteria, is that adequate?
I think we'd have to look at the project site as a whole, right?
Project site as a whole. Okay, so in your opinion, all three parcels added together, if they meet the impervious surface criteria, is that adequate?
That might not be enough. Is that it's also the treatment and
And the treatment.
and the location of the structures, their proximity to the habitat, and whether those proximities and access to the habitat are going to be damaging
Okay.
to the environment.
And you told me, my understanding is you didn't look at surface water system treatment. Did you consider the location of structures?
Yes, that's what we've been discussing, the location of structures in proximity to the creek and the
Okay.
lake. Yeah.
So that's the overwater structure in the preserve, that viewing platform in the preserve.
Yeah.
Other structures that you're talking about are what?
Sure. Yeah. Access to the dock, and then as a structure, that impervious surface that leads to the dock. That also allows stormwater runoff to the water in the lake.
Okay. And so what would your solution be to that? What would they need to do? Remove the dock? Not have a dock?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying there's no, I'm not saying that. I haven't come up with a plan. I wasn't asked to redesign the project.
Okay, but you're saying that's not accounted for, that runoff from the access to the dock and that lead to the dock?
Not that I've seen in the project.
Okay.
Not in any kind of treatment of this runoff that would
Okay.
come from that.
Thank you. That's helpful. You mentioned performance standards for fish habitat. What would those be?
So in a mitigation plan, you could you could more narrowly define the goals and objectives of the mitigation plan, and you could identify performance standards that would help protect aquatic habitat. For example, making sure there's enough space between structures in the water to allow for planting of trees and shrubs to thrive and grow there.
Okay.
And then quantifying those planted materials over time to make sure they survive and they grow with measurable performance standards.
Okay. You mentioned that the fencing along the new pier, you weren't clear if there was fencing along the new pier or what was the concern there?
It looked like the plan has changed according to the staff report. I believe, if I recall, there was some change between in-water buoys around the preserve versus and maybe removing those and instead putting up signage along the southern part of the dock, if I recall. So protection of the preserve and the aquatic habitat from Lake Washington access is unclear to me. I'm not sure which way it's going.
And what sort of protections would be normally used?
Well, identifying where the suitable habitat, for spawning, if there's breeding habitat, that's like is documented in Department of Fish and Wildlife, priority habitats and species mapping for coho and sockeye, that mouth of the Lyon Creek as it comes out into Lake Washington will be good habitat for spawning, potentially if the substrate is suitable and has to have some gravels in it and not just sand and silt. But so protecting those critical areas with some buoys. I know in the past the park had buoys there to keep motorized boats out of that area. It sounds like the new proposal might be removing the buoys and putting signage on the dock. To me, that's a little bit unclear on how protection of those sensitive areas would be provided
Okay.
during park use.
Would the buoys and signage be adequate protection? Or are you saying it's not adequate
I'm
protection?
saying it's unclear on what is actually the
Unclear.
plan. Yeah.
Okay.
What is the plan to protect the sensitive areas and the sensitive use for those areas?
Okay. And I'm sorry, I wrote something here that just want to clarify that overwater platform, your opinion is it should be removed. But I have a note. Could it just be made smaller? Would that help? Or that would be enough?
So I think first that lends itself to the question of avoidance. What is the scope of the project structures needed to accomplish the goals? What was the capacity intended of the park? That overwater viewing platform, it used to function as part of a pathway, it looks like, around the creek. And now it would just be a kind of a platform dead end and then back. It's not clear to me that that function would meet the Shoreline Master Program because there's not the multiple uses that the Shoreline Master Program describes as preferred for overwater or bridges for crossings would be for multiple uses.
So would it be
Also-
better if we kept the platform so that it connected to a path? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying it's unclear on why we need the platform in the first place. And is it needed? Is it worth the impact, I guess?
Is it worth the impact?
Yes, because you're
Right.
disturbing fish that use Lyon Creek and you're
Uh-huh.
also precluding buffer plantings along the creek.
Okay.
So the use, I think, needs to be clarified. The reason, the rationale for that platform needs to be clarified.
Needs to be clarified.
Is it better to have a viewing platform that's away from the creek so you can plant between it and have interpretive signage and less damaging to the creek? Or does the city really need that overwater platform for some reason that I'm not thinking of?
Yeah, the information you have right now, it's your opinion that platform isn't necessary. It sounds like.
That's right. With the information I have now, I don't know why it's necessary.
Thank you. You talked about seasonal restrictions. What are you referring to there?
So we know that salmonids have a timing for their spawning, or their time that their eggs are in the substrate. Also migration out to between freshwater and saltwater. So there are timing restrictions provided by the HPA that talk about construction for, in-water construction. But those timing restrictions are not carried through to the use of the structures themselves.
And what would that look like if we carry those through?
Potentially, if there was a continuation of that overwater viewing platform, if that were implemented, potentially roping it off during those sensitive times, or not, identifying the seasonality of the the use of the creek so that the avoidance of the salmon in the creek could be just, disturbance of the salmon in the creek could be avoided seasonally
Okay.
as needed.
And that would be not using that platform during certain times.
Potentially, yeah. There's also seasonality of the use in the lake of the dock.
The dock, the dock that's being proposed.
Yeah, the public access to the dock that's being proposed.
Okay, and what would those restrictions be?
Potentially, if there's signage, and I'm not saying that, I don't know how you could implement this on a dock, but for public access, except besides closing the park. But if there's a sensitive migration going on along the lake during spring, maybe at least interpretive signage to let the public know, and then limiting access to the potential spawning bed to the south. But again, I don't know if that has been assessed. The extent of suitable spawning habitats has been assessed to.
And is that in Lake Washington or in Lyon Creek? I'm sorry.
So Lyon Creek has documented spawning habitat. Coho and sockeye. Coho are considered in the federal consultation. So avoiding impacts to their spawning habitat could be considered in the seasonality of use of these areas.
Okay, but what about the pier? Is that in a spawning habitat?
So the pier is in sockeye spawning habitat potential, but I don't see an assessment of the suitable substrate. And also sockeye salmon are not protected. They're not a protected species, federally or state protected species, this particular population. So I understand why they weren't, discussed in the application as part of the protection, but Chinook salmon are a protected species and they migrate near shore along the lake.
And so what protections would you make along the shore for what did you say, Chinook?
Chinook, yeah. Less impervious, less overwater coverage, basically, would be the best thing that could be done, if that could be done to accomplish the goals of the project.
So nothing seasonal. I was trying to ask about seasonal things.
Seasonality, so for protected species, seasonality has more to do with Lyon Creek and access to Lyon Creek.
Not the pier. The proposed new pier.
The pier, as long as people are not accessing the shallow water habitat up into Lyon Creek from the pier. Because my concern is, without clarification on how the public is going to access the lake water body, A across wetland, B, C from the shallow portions of the dock down into the creek, it's not clear to me what damage will be done by this public access.
So is this right that your concern is that people will go from the dock up into Lyon Creek?
That's part of it. If there's no restrictions or no clarification, no signage, yes, increased access to this nearshore Lake Washington habitat without any kind of signage or restrictions or.
What kind of signage should there be?
Maybe interpretive signage on what species are there and when they're present.
What about a railing on that side of the dock? No water access or something.
Yeah, a railing or signage or floats, something that clearly delineates the protected areas and the use of the areas.
When you say floats, what do you mean?
Well, there were floats in the Lyon Creek Preserve before, and it sounds like from the staff report those were being removed, and that signage along the dock was being potentially signage and railing along the southern part of the dock, but it wasn't clear to me on the plan what that looks like. I didn't see it on the plan.
Okay.
Where the
What
railing
should
and
it look
signage.
like?
Just more clear so that I could see where it's at. How does it restrict access along between the lake from the dock to the creek? I didn't see how that what that would look like.
Okay,
So it's hard to understand how that protects the habitat.
got it. Okay. We were talking about stormwater systems. I just want to make sure I understand. There is some work being done in the right of way. Did you consider a stormwater system for that work, or did you look at it?
I don't recall. I mean, I saw early on. I've looked at this package over a while now from
Sure.
and I recall something about the right of way, but not recently, not enough to jog my memory on what's happening in the right of way.
If there is stormwater treatment to the waterway improvements,
Mhm.
does that decrease or get rid of those impacts you're concerned about for the park?
No, I think I was talking about the new public parking spot on the park and
Okay.
then impervious surfaces within the park.
Okay, so you weren't talking about the right of way. Okay.
Not specifically, no.
Okay. So your analysis of the pollutants is based on your belief that the stormwater is going to roll unchecked into the buffers, the stream, and the lake. Am I getting that right?
In part, I know there's vegetative plantings, but again, I'm not sure how successful the vegetative plantings will be if they're um, not adequate spacing between the structures and the water body,
Okay.
and their performance standards are unclear on how those are protecting the habitat.
Adequate spaces between the structures and the water body. Which structures are you referring to? Is it
But
the platform, the viewing station, and the dock, or are we talking about other
well,
structures?
when you ask me that question, what comes to mind is the path and the viewing platforms along the path between the park and the Lyon Creek.
And so, you consider the path to be you're referring to it as a structure?
Impervious surface.
And so what you're considering is that the path is an impervious surface and the pollutants are running unchecked into the sensitive areas. Am I correct? Except for the vegetation.
Right, except for the vegetation.
Okay,
That's right.
thank you.
And I also have a question about the lawn area or the access to the beach along the lake shore and vegetation in the wetland along that lake shore, and what's going to happen with public access across it. If that wetland is damaged, then potentially that reduces the buffering effects of vegetation to the water.
Okay, okay. And that's wetland B, is that correct?
I believe so. That's right.
Okay. And what would you do for wetland B? Or what did you see was missing, I should say?
Fencing around the wetland, or some fencing to protect the wetland.
Does it have to be fencing?
It's more effective, but you could do a combination potentially of maybe vegetative screening and signage around the wetland and ensuring the public access is clear so that the public doesn't go through or over the wetland or into the wetland.
So just so I understand that, making sure it's clear what path you take to get to the water.
Yeah, or the used areas intended for, I assume the public is going to spread out along the northern portion of the park within the fenced areas, and then be able to be funneled to the dock. That's what I have in my mind as the park.
Okay. And would you put that vegetative screening, does it need to be just around the wetland or around the buffer? And I'm talking about wetland B, sorry.
Wetland B, yeah, we're in a variance, so I don't believe standard buffers can be met.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you, Ms. Villa.
Thank you.
Thank you. I've got at least one question I want to ask, and it's almost 11 o'clock now. We'll see how long it takes for my question to get answered, and we might just do an early lunch instead of trying to shove in a 10-minute break and then lunch in less than an hour. My impression from the maps that I've been able to see, including some of the new ones, I've just had a chance briefly this morning to scan some of the new sheets that have been added to Exhibit 1, which is now Exhibit 46, with the new sheets in it. But my impression is that virtually the entirety of these three parcels are encumbered by one or more buffers for either Lyon Creek or Wetland A or Wetland B or Wetland C. Let me first ask foundationally, do you agree with that observation, or am I messing up how I'm looking at the buffer lines?
Yes, I agree with that. Most
Okay.
of the site is encumbered by buffers.
In your opinion, would any new construction anywhere within the part of the site that's encumbered by one or more of these buffers require a shoreline variance?
From my experience, if you can work within the outer 25% of a buffer, that is usually administratively allowed, reviewed as an administrative approval through critical
Okay.
areas. That's my understanding. And shoreline permitting as well. I've typically been able to permit projects that have impacts to the outer 25% of a buffer and use code-defined buffer reduction measures. So, and that includes best management practices, impact minimization measures, and then plantings to protect the critical areas between the footprint and the
I-
critical areas.
I don't recall that the applications include a request to reduce buffer widths. And maybe it would be fruitless anyway, because there are so many of them overlapping in different directions. I'm just trying to understand, in your opinion, the scope of what would require a shoreline variance. The applicants, if I remember correctly, or the applicant, if I remember correctly, has indicated it needs a shoreline variance for virtually all the physical dimension aspects of the new dock: length, width, area, L length, etc. And it needs a shoreline variance for the stream buffer. And I think that's all that they have expressly said they need a variance for. But there's a lot of other stuff being built within the site that, as I look at the plans, is inside the buffer of something.
Yes.
And I'm looking for your opinion as to whether those other structures also would have to be covered by the shoreline variance.
Where you cannot meet standard wetland buffer or reduced wetland buffer administratively, it's my understanding that that structure would require a wetland variance as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
It's virtually 11 o'clock. I'd like to suggest that we just do our lunch from 11 to 12 instead of to 12 to start it. Mr. Haneker, you look like you want to.
I'm going to help this along. I do not have any redirect questions.
Okay, thank you. I'm still thinking of lunch now. Is that okay? Skip the morning break and just have early lunch.
Yes.
Does that mess up anybody's plans for calling witnesses, et cetera?
I'm fine with that. I just
Okay.
wanted to say I don't have any redirects, so Miss Villa can go.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
It is actually 10:59 according to my computer. We stand at recess for lunch, reconvening at 12 p.m. Mr. McLean, thank you. Good afternoon. It's now noontime, and this is the afternoon session of the February 27 hearing on Lakefront Park improvements. Let's see. We finished with our morning witness and Mr. Anneker, excuse me. Do you have another witness you'd like to call this afternoon?
In reliance on the city's representation that they'll be calling Mr. Hoffman as one of their witnesses, I do not have any more witnesses to call directly.
Okay.
Except for Mrs. Highland, who will be called on Tuesday.
Yes. Okay. Very good. Then does the city wish to present any witnesses at this point regarding the merits and or the appeal?
Yes, can I ask what time Ms. Highland will be testifying on Tuesday so that I can work my witnesses around that on Tuesday?
I would, I suppose I haven't talked about exact time, but I would assume 9 a.m. I can doubly confirm that, but that's when I was planning on having her there.
Okay, so I had written down she was available today, but I was wrong, obviously.
On Tuesday, we can start at 9. Remember, if we have to go into Wednesday, that will be a late start.
What time does the Wednesday start?
Noontime. Because I have a morning commitment. but Tuesday will be a regular 9 o'clock start.
Okay. So, Mr. Aneker, you're not calling um anyone else listed on your list except for Mr. Hoffman?
Correct.
Okay. Then let's see. I will call Ms. Amber McCusick.
Ms. McClusick, you were sworn previously. You remain under oath. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Your witness, Ms. Pratt.
Right, thank you. Were you present when Mrs. Jessie Fudge testified yesterday?
Yes.
Okay. She had concerns about how the project impacts their property. So I'd like to go through very thoroughly the project improvements along the boundary line with the Fudge's property, and what's going to be done, and any mitigation included. What do you think is the best exhibit for us to review that?
We have I think a good series of exhibits included in the BE, but as was mentioned previously on the BE, the cut line kind of is through the middle of the park, which is through the middle of the Fudge's property line. So if we want the ease of seeing everything on one exhibit, we could go to the augmented SEPA plan set that was introduced as 42.
46.
Includes both the pages that were initially in Exhibit 1 with the addition of those other pages that were in the BE.
Okay.
The augmented plan set's 46.
Oh, it's 46. Sorry about that.
Yep, 46. And
Yeah.
I'm going to ask if you could pull that up and share it so that we'll be able to follow your cursor instead of me trying to figure out where my cursor should be.
That sounds great.
I
So
also have it up on my other screen right now. I'm wondering, can you tell me what sheet you want to start with?
sure, absolutely. Let me pull that up. Forgive me, I have quite a few things open on my screen, so I'm just going to close those so that I don't have any delay from having many, many things open on the screen as my computer chokes to keep up. Okay. 46. Okay, it may also be helpful to have Exhibit 43 up, which is the site photos from the virtual tour, which shows really clearly the photo of the property boundary as well.
Okay.
So I'll have both of those up, and we will start on page 3, PDF page 3 of Exhibit 46, Augmented SEPA Plan Set.
Okay.
And that is the survey page. Okay, I'll go ahead and share my screen. Okay. And forgive me if I will not have some of the same technical difficulties with sharing that I had previously. Can you all see my screen? It's a Bluebeam window with the survey showing, and it says Exhibit 46 at the top.
Yes, we're also seeing thumbnail sketches on the left-hand
Yes.
side. I don't know if you want those
Yeah,
there, if you
so
can
that's
move them.
actually just showing the pages that are in this document. And
Yeah.
so hearing examiner Galt, this is the PDF page number. If there's ever a question about what page in the document I am on, it will be shown here in the thumbnails window.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no worries. Happy to answer that too, but just for quick reference, that's what's on this side. Okay, so do you want me to
So
just
where is the Fudge property? The Fudge house? Is it shown on here?
Sure, it is on this survey. So, looking at the survey, page 3, you can see where we're zoomed in, kind of to the middle upper right quadrant of the page-ish.
Mhm.
And you can see the 3 parcels that are in the bold lines. Those are the project parcels, starting from the nominal west dimension, west, middle, and then east property. And just east of the eastmost project parcel is the Fudge property. This is a shared property line that includes both upland and aquatic boundary. This is that large tree that's on it. And then this is, I don't know if this represents the full structural footprint. Obviously, there's structures, on their property that are missing from this drawing, but this is indicated as the bounds of the portion of the house that touches the shared property line.
Okay, so it actually touches the shared property line. Okay.
It appears to indicate that from the survey, but I can't
Okay.
speak to that specifically at this scale.
Okay.
And then you can see this is site photo exhibit 43. And we are on PDF page 4 in that exhibit, the long panoramic. I'm going to annotate on this just for the sake of it. So this is the property corner. You can see the Fudge's house here, the fence, and then this is the wall that runs down the property. This tree is this tree here.
Thank you for the orientation. Okay. So can you go through with us, maybe just start at Beach Drive? What improvements are going along that side of the boundary line with the Fudge's house?
Sure. So absolutely. So currently, the I guess the historical condition of the property, going back quite far, is that there was a 5-bay carport. I think it was actually 4 open bays plus 1 enclosed garage bay. A 5-bay carport that is very, very close to the property line and would have been like a straight wall adjacent but not touching the Fudge's house. And then you can see that there is a series of paved sidewalks that connect the back doors of the cabins. There are 3 cabins that are pretty close to the property line. The distance of those is not indicated on the survey, but we can scale that off if there's any questions about it. And then there is a portion of the property line that is not protected by the wall. That's where you can see the edge of the house is actually forms the boundary here. And then there is this CMU wall with a little brick top on it that goes the rest of the property. There is a large tree that's growing very, very close to the wall. And then the end of that wall ends at the shoreline. So this is where wetland A is present and stretches sort of in front of that wall, shared across the properties. And then this is where the seawall picks up. There's a gap where there's no seawall, and then the seawall picks up, and that stretches the rest of the way. So you can see where that CMU block wall picks up roughly at the corner to the house. Here, it stretches all the way down to here. That's actually where I put this little mark. You can see that that's one of the pin flags for part of the delineated portion of Wetland A. And then you can see where there is ordinary high that's indicated as the water line on the survey. Right after that is right roughly here is where the seawall picks up, and that seawall extends down to the shoreline edge about there. So that's the existing condition of the property line. We can see in...
Wait, can you go back there 1 second?
Absolutely. Mm-hmm.
And can you go up
Definitely.
a little further?
Mm-hmm.
And I see on the property line 2 alder trees.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
So the survey does indicate that there are 2 alder trees. Those are located there. And those are, I verified in the arborist report, one of those is labeled as tree number 2774. And then the other one is not listed, which would indicate that it's non-significant. Both of those, the survey from this view looks like they are located on that sidewalk. That's obviously not correct. They're located next to the sidewalk. They appear to be located between the sidewalk and the wall.
Okay.
And
Will
if
both of
we
those
look
trees stay?
here,
Oh, I see. Okay. Mm-hmm.
I think those are conveniently behind this other tree in the foreground, but I think they are right here, if you can see those in the background.
Okay. Are those trees staying?
See, the intent was yes, that, we would keep whatever viable native vegetation is present. If we go forward to the tree removal plan, which I think is this sheet, we have, oh, no, it looks like they are coming out here.
Okay.
That's a surprise. Okay, yep, so they're coming out.
What exhibit are you looking at?
So this is in still exhibit number 46. This is PDF page 8. We're in the upper left quadrant of the page, roughly by the check number C at the top and 1 on the left. So in the grid system, where we would be in grid C1 is where you can find those 2 alder trees. And my apologies for misspeaking. I was thinking because of their proximity to the path being off it, they would stay, but it looks like from the survey drawing, they're going away.
They're going away. Okay.
Right, so
Thank
that's
you.
the removal of one significant tree there, and then this one is non-significant, so it would not need to be regulated in the same way.
Okay. Okay, so you've showed us what the existing improvements on the site are next to the Fudge's boundary line. Can you show us what the planned improvements are?
Yes,
Starting from
absolutely.
Beach Drive.
Sure. So I'm gonna go back to this. So this is page 5. So we looked at the survey. So this is page 5 in Exhibit 46 that shows what the existing conditions are. So the survey is what's picked up by the surveyor, but there are many things that are not included on the survey. So for example, the surveyor included the flags, but did not include the area of wetland A. The surveyor does not map the buffers. There are additional items that things like shrubberies, they often don't pick up. They may pick up trees, that aren't significant or label them incorrectly. So the existing conditions plan is a pretty typical exhibit where we'll go and update and supplement what was provided in the survey. So that's this page 5. And so you can see here that in addition to the improvements that are on the property currently, we have updated this to show the set of ecology blocks that blocks off the ability to pull onto what was the old foundation of the carport, with the carport being demolished as part of the early works portion. The overhead power lines that stretched from the power pole that exists on the property line to each of these structures, those have been taken down as well. So those are no longer represented on this plan, even though they are on the survey. This sidewalk remains. The foundation to this house is present. We also, in doing our site assessment work, discovered that there is a paved patio that is covered under like leaf duff adjacent to this tree. So that's indicated on this exhibit, although it's not present on the survey. And then you can see where the wetlands are shown. So a substantial portion of the shared property boundary is within the regulated buffer of wetland A, also within shoreline jurisdiction. And currently, this area is mostly unimproved lawn. The area is disturbed both with the presence of the walls and seawall, as well as the lawn. There's a lot of non-native vegetation, and then, of course, the 4 structures that exist in that area. So moving on to page 8. So moving on to page 8, this shows Beach Drive. So page 8, again, exhibit 46. This shows Beach Drive. It shows the existing, the property line, and it shows basically an overlay of the proposed improvements for the purpose of illustrating where it's necessary to remove trees. Okay,
so this is existing with the overlay of proposed improvements.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
So you can see that currently, if we just run along the property line, that there is the wall of the carport. The carport is 5 bays. The plan is to remove the carport and that includes the foundation underneath, to restore that with shrubby vegetation, which is not shown in this plan, but that is the intent. There will be an extruded curb that's laid in to delineate the edge of essentially the use area. The exit only driveway is then positioned basically over a former cabin that is being demolished and then over the carport. So roughly about midway down the carport, it's about the center area. So 1 bay, 2 bays, 2.5 bays is where the midline of the proposed exit driveway appears.
Can you show it? You mentioned you're going to remove the carport and then you're going to put in vegetation in that corner.
That was the intent, yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
Do we have a dimension of that vegetation? What is the
Sure. So
intent?
I can speak to that, and actually I
Okay.
can pull some dimensions from this plan if that's helpful.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Let me just calibrate my measuring stick here. Should work right. Perfect. Okay, great. So we are at
That's handy. Is that a tool that's available in regular PDFs?
This is a program called Bluebeam, and I believe that there is a measuring setting in Adobe Acrobat.
Okay,
but
I'll have
this
to
is
go look for that. 'Cause
yeah, it's pretty
this
handy.
looks fun. I like
Bluebeam's a
seeing
great
that.
program.
I'm jealous of the Blue Beam subscription.
Okay, so we all saw the scaling there. So it appears that the current carport is about 1 foot 4 inches, measured, granted, from this pretty granular reduced
Yeah.
survey, but we're essentially less than 1.5 feet or approximately that. The driveway now will be located off the property line, which we know is close to or occurs at the wall of the structure, although the structure is not represented here. But off of the property line, we're looking at the edge of driveway at approximately 17.75 feet. And then, there is the driveway there. So previously, this would have been, 4 parking spaces plus either, the enclosed parking space, but open air, basically parking spaces. The intent was that we felt like that was close. There also is the structure setback of 25 feet. And so eliminating the structures here, was something that we were definitely cognizant of. So the intent is that that exit driveway will be at 17 feet. So if they haven't been entered into the record, but I know, from being on site, I think hearing examiner Galt, I'm not sure if you took note of where the windows are located along this wall. There is a window that's present somewhere in this area. So being that this is a habitable structure, egress out of that window is important. And so the code provides for it requires 3 feet essentially in an emergency situation that someone would be able to evacuate through that window. The specifics of that would be in the building code, and I don't know more than that, aside from in our communication with the architect, 3 feet is what's required. So that is why you'll see here that the site fencing that is located currently on the site. So this is what we saw out there. You can see that it jogs back from the wall and then comes straight down. That's to provide that necessary distance off of the structure and outside of the window. And that is intended with that we'll maintain that through the rest of the construction of the project, which I'll point out later. But because you can see it here on this plan, I wanted to make sure that you understood what that jog was about.
Is the window first floor window or dormer window?
There's a first floor window located about here. I'm not sure exactly where that is. But we can, get photos or measure that if we need to. Go ahead.
There is a dormer above, correct? With a window in it?
I'm not 100% sure on really the specifics of what occurs on that wall outside of no windows where the old carport was abutting it. And then there was one window that is there's like a cherry laurel shrub that occurs here, and that window is close to it.
Okay.
I'm not sure if we can see that on here. We tried to be careful about, what photos were shown relative to somebody else's house, but okay. Yeah, this just shows the jog in the fence. So, okay.
So within that 17.9 feet, so that buffer between the Fudge's house or the property line and the driveway, what's going in there?
Sure. So we know that screening vegetation between uses is something that is necessary between projects and is considered and used on really everything that we do. So we know that we would want to do planting in this area to screen from the park use from any adjacent residential property. In this case, we often when we plant for a project, we put in things like, a 1 gallon plant or 2 gallon, something like that. And in this case, what we had proposed, because there's really good vegetation on site, there's rhododendrons and roses and all sorts of things. There's a series of maple trees located around that we could use this area, really this entire area, as stockpile for transplanting that vegetation. So basically, instead of coming in with really low growing vegetation, like, 1 gallon, 2 gallon, we could transplant something that was much bigger from other parts of the site. So of the things that we were considering for this area, we had discussed but hadn't made conclusive decisions on were the plants that are located currently in the planters in front of the property. So those block planters, which you will see on the survey. So there are these block planters that there's a witch hazel that I think is about 5 or 6 feet. There's a maple that is trimmed under the power line, so it's probably maybe 10, 11 feet. There is a bunch of very large sword ferns. There's a handful of other vegetation that's in here. And the advantage there is that it's not sunk into the ground. So if we just pull away this planter, it sort of exposes the root ball and we can transplant it in a cost-effective way that can improve the chance of survival of that vegetation. So that's what we were thinking would be taken out of these planters and then placed there so that we would actually get a better than freshly planted effect for the screening along that area. And because it is a space that we think that's pretty necessary there, that was what was being proposed.
Okay. And
Okay.
so when you were talking about the plant, when you made design decisions to put the
Mhm.
planting there, were you taking into consideration the Fudge's house being right there? And that's why some of those design decisions were made?
Yeah, I mean it's it's an atypical situation that's existed on this shared property boundary for a while, with the sake of these structures being built prior to there being a rule about a setback. Obviously, there's nonconformances on both sides relative to that, and so doing the best with our response to the development project, in consideration of what the existing condition is.
Okay. What type of will that provide? What type of screening will that provide?
Sure. So we were hoping for the screening to achieve basically two goals. One is a simple trespass, so screening to prevent people from traipsing through this area. That is why you don't see this sidewalk extend further, or why there's no sidewalk on this side of the street. I did hear for the first time Mr. Fudge's concerns about desiring the sidewalk. So that's definitely something that, is good to hear, and we should discuss as the design moves forward past the land use approval stage. So this is sort of interesting, right? Because this isn't people being over here on this property would not be a trespass, but considering the nonconformance on both sides, it does put, even though that would be individuals staying on the park property, very, very close to this off-site structure. And so being sensitive to that concern, we decided that this is best an area that is not programmed for any sort of public use. And so the screening was going to be a thicket. There is an overhead power line. You can see the poles there that comes this way. And then previously there were the, lines that came to all of these structures. So there's not currently any tall vegetation here, like massive trees. There is a pretty tall prunus hedge that it looks like has been lopped under the power line for quite some time. The intent would be that this would be native vegetation, sensitive to the power line, so nothing that's going to require, topping or consistent maintenance over time, but it provides a visual thick screen that prevents people from walking in that area and prevents people from looking in that area.
Okay. Will it provide any noise buffer?
So earlier in my career, I worked in specifically a transportation planning and engineering firm. And so studies related to noise abatement in highways specifically in that case, but noise abatement with vegetation correlates things like leaf size and thickness with noise abatement. And so we could select a species that is, better as a noise abating shrub. But ultimately, if we're looking at transplanting, and even though this isn't technically in one of those regulated buffers, anything that we put on this property is going to contribute seed source to the rest of the soil. And so the preference would be for a native species.
Okay.
So in this area, we did not look at, the research to find a specific noise abating shrub to place in this area. It was more what exists on site, what can we, reuse and use, what would be an appropriate moderate growing native vegetation that could go in this location. So that is not something that we've looked at specifically, but again, this project is at 70% design with the permit applications. And so there is room to make tweaks to things like plant selection as we move on.
Okay. She also expressed concerns about the lighting coming into the house from cars in the parking lot. Will that screening do anything for that?
Sure. So the intent is, yes, the intent is that from basically the visual field of the eye below, we would aim for a complete screen. Now in
So
eye
visual,
level
okay,
to
eye
below.
level and below,
Yeah,
complete
so you would,
screen.
right. That would be the goal. And that would be, thick, dense vegetation to keep from anybody walking in that area. And then, a mix of evergreen and scrubby shrub vegetation up to eye level to, buffer any light intrusion. So with headlights, though, we were actually cognizant of the location of that window. And that is why the drive aisle itself is actually located here. That has a hard to draw a straight line. Let's just use this tool. So the drive aisle is located here. Now, granted, so you can see the edge of the parking stalls are here, and there is this turn. So in terms of, driving in with headlights on, they will be aimed at the wall, but then they will be making a turn. And so it is possible that headlights, if they're on, would be in this location when somebody's making a turn through here. But the screening vegetation would be there. That's the goal, to help to buffer that. And then this is also a dawn to dusk park. So outside of, people leaving at dusk, the intent is that there's not cars driving in this parking lot when it is dark.
But the community building can be open until 9.
Right. So that's an operational concern. That's how the design of the park is one thing, how it's going to be operated is another, and those two things need to speak to each other. And so in terms of the community building being operated until 9 o'clock, during a large part of our year, about half, 9 o'clock is a dark time of the year. And so we would, again, be looking at achieving that complete visual screen. If we're at eye height, headlight height is lower. And so we would be looking at achieving what would be a dense vegetative screen when those headlights are. So the hope is that the combination of, limiting vehicles coming through this area with the direct glare by having this only be the turning movement when we're panning over the window. The fact that dawn to dusk operation hours outside of when there might be special events in the community building, you're not going to have normal park traffic with headlights on in this parking lot. And then also the fact that we are using that vegetation to provide that dense screen. That the combination of those, multiple measures will mean that there's not significant light intrusion into this window.
Okay. So I see that the screen is 17 feet wide. How far back into the park does that screen go?
Well, sure. So there is the existing wall that is located here. And so
And this is the Fudge's wall.
this is the Fudge's wall. And so for the length of this wall, a new fence is proposed, a privacy fence that basically runs from the edge of that wall all the way down. And so screening is achieved through the wall, but it's the Fudge's wall. If they decide to replace it or remove it or whatever, then it would remove the screening. So the park responds by a privacy fence built along that same alignment. The issue is that we can't extend that privacy fence all the way to the property corner because of the proximity of the window and the need to provide for egress.
Okay, so
And so
can you
what's
show me where it goes?
Sure. So what's proposed is on the site plan. let's see here. So on the site plan here, you can see this is a hatch that denotes planting, so screening planting. And you can see where the alignment of the split rail fence is that stretches from here into an L shape to provide that offset from the wall to the edge of the fence. And then that dies into the edge of this wall. So we can talk about so there's the fence alignment. That's one thing. Again, that would be for trespass. The vegetative screening, if we go back to that other page where I have my measurements set, the vegetation that is going to be present there is basically, it's almost 5 feet. So I think it measures in the plan. Oh, so I'm measuring from the old sidewalk. So it measures in the plan to the new sidewalk, should measure at 5 feet.
Okay.
Anyway, at this scale, it's not giving me an exact, but I believe it is approximately 5 feet from the edge of the new sidewalk to the other. Now, this area is meant to be a service bay that will not be a standard place for parking. The intent was, we heard from the community through the outreach that there was the desire for the police to be able to just, do a quick swing through the parking lot to see how things are going, which is pretty common for parks and systems all over the place, and that they always have a place where they can be there. So this parallel space was identified as a space that could be used for either a park maintenance vehicle to park or for the police to pull in and have that bay. So
Will it be signed so that you're in
yes.
trouble if you just park there as a park user?
Yeah,
Okay.
completely. Yeah, that'll be a no parking area, and it'll be striped with surface marking as well as a no parking zone.
Okay.
So we'll have a 5-foot vegetation basically in this area between where it's 18 feet. Then it will be 5 feet of dense screening, and then the wall will pick up.
Okay. And then the wall picks up. So when the
Right.
but
Wall and privacy fence, basically.
privacy, can you describe the privacy fence for me?
Sure. So the privacy fence, I'll go back to that. So the privacy fence is intended to be what's been discussed has been a metal post and then wood slat, solid screening all the way
Okay.
down with vegetation in front of it.
Solid screening with veg.
Mhm.
Okay. And so the vegetation in front of it, is it that 5-foot strip?
Yeah.
And how far down does that go? Sorry.
So that goes, I'm going to go to page 17 in the same plan set. And so you can see that it goes from the edge of the street to where the sidewalk starts, to the start of the wall, and then all the way down the wall. It gets wider as the plan goes on and extends all the way down to the seawall.
Okay.
If we go to, let's go back to that plan. I'm going to have to set the scale again. Sorry, this takes just a minute.
I'm just going to do one thing.
No worries. Great. Okay. So you can see the vegetation goes from this 18 feet and then 5 feet. So you did hear in the testimony from the Fudges that they had observed just under the current condition of the preserve where water use is currently not allowed, that there has been on occasion people airing up like kayaks to use there.
Yes.
In programming this area, we used as much of the community feedback as we could to try and incorporate things into this design to make it better. So one of these things is that in lieu of people using hand pumps outside of their car or hand pumps to do this, there is a free air pump station. So it'll allow for quick airing up and getting people on their way. There's also kayak racks for people to drop off things and then move. So that it happens here, which is over the footprint of one of those existing cabins. So this is now basically a slab that's over the prior footprint, but that's what's explained here. And that's actually why it's located where it is that it's over the prior disturbance in the buffer. It's just instead of it being a building foundation, it will be a paved area that provides for that air up station. So in where that occurs, we're at 7 feet, and then there's a split rail fence there. Where the large tree is, we're at 38 feet. So 38 feet of dense vegetation from the wall the wall and privacy fence, which will be basically right next to each other, out to the walking path. So that skirts the critical root zone of that tree. Where we have wetland A, we then have almost 40, I think it actually measures at 49 feet, but 49 feet of vegetation off of the end of the wall and or off of the property line, just past the end of the wall. And then we have, between 25 feet, so basically starting at 50, about 25 in the middle, and then down to at the very edge of the shoreline where there's the existing tree that's present. We're 16 feet off of that seawall with dense shoreline near shore vegetation.
Okay, can you, this area in wetland A, can you describe what benefits that will provide to the fudges? Is it as dense as we talked about, up by Beach Drive?
Right. So, we did hear in both testimonies the concern about just the proximity of that seawall to their property line, which is correct. There's the above ground wall that runs along the property line on the represents the boundary, and then there's this seawall that's on the city's property that is along that shared boundary as well. So we've got a series of walls, and right now you can get right up to that wall, and so it feels very abrupt in terms of the interaction between these two properties. From a trespassing and being neighborly in terms of what's proposed here, it doesn't make, we can make for a better condition by providing a good amount of space. The other piece of this is that, there is no intent for people on a beach park to be hopping off of this seawall and swimming. And so the intent is to exclude that opportunity by providing this really dense buffer vegetation. So in terms of the response to both wetlands A and wetland B, where they both cast off buffers that overlap in this area, is that right now this is a low functioning buffer of all lawn basically. And so in lieu of a larger lawn area, we're providing a smaller but robustly planted native thicket of buffer vegetation that provides a screening function, prevents trespassing, and really, focuses what the park use is to areas that are appropriate to the park. So the goal will be, while right now you can walk completely up to that wall, which we all did on the site tour, you'll be held back, at the widest part, 48 feet. But at the shoreline, which is where you'll be able to get the closest to that wall, you're still 16 and a half feet off of where that seawall exists currently.
Okay.
And then coupled up with that, because, obviously.
Can I ask
Sure.
one? Sorry.
No, go ahead.
The privacy fence goes all the way down to the seawall?
No.
Okay, where's
Because
the privacy fence end?
the privacy fence will end effectively where the wall is. So there's the tree trunk is growing at the foot of the wall. And so
Yes.
we've had a couple discussions about, how does that occur? Is it a fence panel where we've got a post here, and then the fence panel's kind of cut up over the root ball? Is it that the fence goes and stops at the trunk and then picks up and then moves ahead? But the intent is that the fence will stretch the entirety of the existing wall, but it won't go further. And part of that is that would mean putting the fence completely through wetland A, dividing one side of the wetland from the other, and that's something that we wouldn't propose.
Okay. So where there is a fence now, the city side will mirror that with the
Where there's
privacy
a wall
fence.
now. Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
And the large tree, where we saw, it was on the boundary line and is growing into the fudge property. Does the fence, is there a fence on both sides of that tree, or does it?
Yeah, so that's where there's a handful of ways that you can navigate a tree with a fence, and sometimes that is putting your posts where you can have them. You've got your fence section, and then the fence section is basically cut up into a round to accommodate the root flare of the trunk there.
Okay.
It is a problem that's solvable for the intent of the site plan. The fence alignment is one to the other. It goes
Okay.
from one end to the other. And then in terms of the design detail, this tree is actively growing as we're designing this project over the past multiple years. And so we will be proposing some solution that gets the fence to the tree, connects them, and that's the alignment that it'll occur. But it is intended to stop where that existing wall is because that is the edge of wetland A.
Okay. Right.
So what I was going to mention was just that coupled with that dense vegetation, there is the split rail fencing that occurs along this line. The fencing goes back rather than coming straight down into the water, partially because we know that you know this is if there's people recreating here, we don't want to create a condition where they're, jumping off of a fence into the water. We also have this existing tree that is intended to remain there. We don't want to necessarily put the fence, super up close to it around. This is also shoreline and lake bed soil, and so putting a fence directly through it, a fence parallel to the shoreline, right at the shoreline, is just not something we would typically propose. So the design does include just the jog in the fence back to the seawall, and then the intent was that this would be, thicket vegetation. We've had some trees fall in the preserve, and so we've talked about, whether we're using logs and rocks and things as additional devices here. But the intent is that the split rail fence that excludes from the, robust vegetated buffer, something slightly different happens at the shoreline to protect this planted area, but the fence itself will return into the seawall.
Why is split rail fence?
So split rail fencing is wildlife passable. One of the things about the critical areas is the habitat that they provide, but that habitat is not in isolation, right? Really, any of the patches or corridors of vegetation and natural area that exists between these is pretty equally important. And so facilitating the movement of animals, birds, that type of thing, through and back and forth across these spaces can be achieved with a wildlife friendly fencing like split rail.
Okay. And then, all right, then we show, I see, are we next? We're at wetland B along the boundary line. Okay, what are we doing after that?
Okay, so not included in here in this set of drawings, and my apologies for that, but it was included in the design intent in the schematic design package. It's reflected there. It was just the extension of a swimming buoy from the edge of the wall all the way out on the property line. And so I understand that regrettably not shown in this set of plans in the exhibit, but it is in the schematic design documentation that was approved by council and that informed basically moving this proposal forward.
So, okay, so it's not in the plans, but it's the intent and it can be conditioned that that's a
Yes.
swimming buoy.
Right.
Okay, can you explain what a swimming buoy is to me?
Sure. It's basically a floating line that has an anchor point at the far end, and it's intended to be an exclusionary device or not exclusionary always. Sometimes there's just a demarcation of an area in an aquatic condition. So currently there is like a three-sided area on the Lyon Creek Waterfront Preserve that is designed to be exclusionary. It notes the edges of the property, and I think we heard earlier testimony that was to exclude motorcraft. It goes beyond that. The condition on the preserve is that there's to be no water access at all. So that buoy line is to say, there is no use of this water here. The buoy line on the Project West boundary is the buoy line between the preserve and the Civic Club. So we know the Civic Club swimming area is like right there adjacent to the preserve boundary. And the buoy line on that edge serves that purpose of delineating what is the sanctioned bathing swimming area of the Civic Club, and then what is the, no water access area of the existing preserve. And that's been a condition that, as we've all heard, has been, around for 20 years and is well regarded. So the condition, there is a condition in the draft staff report. So like you guys, we saw the draft staff report when that was entered as an exhibit, and that notes removing one of the buoy lines. And it basically says that the buoy line can be, so currently the buoy line looks like this on the preserve property. That condition reads that this section of buoy line here can be instead provided and achieved via the railing that's going to be present on the dock. And so, pardon my line drawing, but effectively, the buoy line that overlaps with where the railing would be provided is one that can be, we don't have to maintain that buoy line. The intent is that these buoy lines will be maintained and that on the project east boundary, that the railing on the new dock will serve that purpose. And so we had actually internally talked about, well, if we're just going to take this buoy line out, can we just reuse the same one at the other property line? But again, that's one of those things that, you know, as the project moves on, you're continuing to resolve issues as they arise and look for opportunities to achieve the project and in, you know, its goals. So so that's the discussion there. But yes, the intent is that the preserve will remain delineated fully via both the dock railing and the buoy lines. And then on the project east side, there will be a buoy line that delineates the private use from the public use.
Okay. This is probably a silly question, but are there signs anywhere that tell people,
Yes.
you know, you can't,
Yeah.
oh, okay.
Yeah, there
What do
will
the
be signs.
tell people?
On the tour, we saw there was a handful of signs that are present throughout the preserve. So there is a sign here that says, you know, don't walk to the beach. There is a series of interpretive signs that occur around the property. The plan is that interpretive signs will be interpretation and interpretive signs will be provided throughout the park. But in terms of like docent behavioral signage, that will be critical area signage that will be included on the split rail fence, you know, in both areas. So where those signs will occur will be along the fence, consistent with the code. And then on the dock specifically, we'll have signage that says, you know, this is the preserve, no water access this side, no swimming access this side. And those signs will be, you know, right now, if you're on the preserve, it's pretty darn easy to just step over the boardwalk and get into something. And so this, you know, the signs themselves will be further reinforced and supported by that actual physical barrier, which will be the railing along that side. I think it'll also be less appealing to get into this other side. One, because of the physical barrier, but two, because you do have the opportunity to be at the water via the park side.
So if you can go back to the buoy line on the fudge boundary line.
Sure.
What are those signs gonna say?
So signing on a buoy would be on basically like the little float part of it at the end that would say, you know, private property, etc. Otherwise, the signing would be occurring on this fence. And so we'll probably have a sign either here or here at the wall that says, you know, no trespassing private property. And then the rest of those, we don't want people to have to get up to that seawall and get right up to the property line to see a sign that says don't go here. So that would be consistent with the signage just provided on the site, you know, edge of public park, sensitive area, those types of things. And then there is also a series of signage that occurs on Beach Drive. And that's consistent with the 2002 hearing examiner's conditions that said things like no turnaround, no access to log boom, you know, private residential street. It's to that effect.
Okay. Okay. Mrs. Fudge, Jessie Fudge, she was particularly concerned about people trespassing on their dock. Has your testimony so far covered everything the city thinks it can do to keep people from trespassing from the park onto the Fudge's dock?
I think that what's proposed fulfills what the obligation of a public space would be to manage encroachment off property onto adjacent areas.
Okay. Mrs. Jesse Fudge talks about wanting to me, it sounded like she wanted that buoy line. Can you show that line again?
Sure.
She wanted it moved 25 feet into the city, into the park property, because that would be a 25-foot setback. Is that required by a code, or what do you think that is that
To my
necessary?
knowledge, there's no basis for a 25-foot setback related to non-structures.
Mhm.
I don't know what the basis for that would be. I think it would also be an atypical treatment for how most property lines are handled.
Okay. If we could go back up to the parking lot.
Sure.
Okay. Um, Jesse Fudge also talked about wanting, if you could go to the very top by their house,
Hmm.
wanting 25 feet between the property line and the parking lot.
Hmm.
So is that required under the code?
I would just have to restate that outside of structures, I'm not aware of a code basis that
Okay.
would require the development that's proposed to be offset 25 feet from the property line.
Okay.
There was discussion. We did hear from the community early on in the process that they would have loved to maintain multiple structures, keep the cabins, rent them out, use the whole program of structures for community uses. And that was determined very early on to not be feasible, both due to restrictions from the funding and also the desire to not maintain the nonconformance that existed on this property line.
Okay. Are there any structures within 25 feet now proposed within the boundary line with the Fudge home?
Um, I forgive me, I don't want to speak out of turn. I don't remember if the Lake Forest Code regulates a fence as a structure, but there is a process in the code for fencing along property lines.
How
So
high is the fence going to
uh,
be?
I think we have it either proposed as a 6 foot or an 8 foot fence. It's whatever the code maximum is allowed
Okay,
for
the code
property line
max.
fencing. Mhm.
And Jesse Fudge talked about a turnaround, and I wasn't quite sure what she was referring to as a turnaround. Can you show me how the parking lot will work?
Sure, I can show you how the parking lot will work. I'm going to flip to an exhibit. I think this is probably the best one. Or, well, okay, I think this one works since we've already got some measurements on here. Okay, so we are on PDF page 8, and again, still exhibit 46. So there are two turnarounds that are provided on the property. And one is to maintain the intent of the 2002 condition on the Lyon Creek Preserve, which is that the way that the entry configuration is, that individuals who get to the park and find it closed would be able to use a 3-point action to get out of the park without going all the way down Beach Drive. So that's requirement one. The other is a parking lot circulation that serves to manage traffic while providing for emergency access. So we have the first turnaround. Actually, let's start with the second because it's the clearest to see here. So the turnaround for parking lot circulation is a one-way entry in, angled parking spaces, and then a one-way exit out. There will be a sign signage at the park entrance that is park exit left, which will direct people who are leaving the park to go left. Now, granted, if I live on Beach Drive and I've swung in here to drop off my kayak or my kids in my cooler, I can make a right. Nothing's going to physically stop me from making a right, but the signage and the indication for park users that aren't knowing that their house is down the street on Beach Drive will be to exit left. So that's the exit movement. So one turnaround that, is this one. I don't know if I can't speak to what Dr. Fudge was referring to specifically, but that's one turnaround is this one. And this is designed to minimize new pavement impact by, occurring over old cabins, old pavement, old cabin, old pavement, old cabin, old carport, etc. And also meeting the necessary turning radii for emergency vehicles and fire. So that's why you can see that, the angle in this turn then is wider than, what you might say, well, in my, golf, I could do a tight turn. Yeah, but this is, fire and buses and things. And so we do need to accommodate a wider turning radius there. The other turnaround, you can see in the plan, this swing gate is not located up at the road. And that is so that when the vehicle gate is closed, it still provides adequate width for a car to nose in, nose out, or back out, and then provide the 3-point turn out. And that is really specific to that 2002 condition that, says that a 3-point turnaround needs to be provided for individuals to turn around when the park is closed.
Okay. If we can go down to the dock.
Sure.
Okay. Jesse Fudge had a concern about the dock being in 4 feet of water. Is that true that at some point along the dock it's only 4 feet of water?
Yes. So the shoreline is a transect, right? Where it's high enough that it emerges out of the lake. And then as you move deeper into the lake, the water gets deeper by way of the lake bed decreasing in elevation. And so there are areas where the dock is very shallow, and the water is very shallow. And then at the terminus of the dock where it is the deepest. This is a managed lake with a reverse hydro period. So lakes are higher in the winter, except this one, because of the way that the Corps manages the water. And so the water level is actually the lowest in the winter, which recreation-wise is pretty nice, right? We have the most water, the most shoreline, the most swimming area when the weather's really good on Lake Washington. And then we have this time when the lake is a lot shallower, which is during the winter when it's pretty darn cold. People are still recreating, but it's nowhere near as pleasant. That's a completely subjective statement, but to me, nowhere near as pleasant as it is during the summertime. So the placement and design of these features by our marine structural engineering team, there are really specific requirements to the amount of space that needs to be the clearance between basically the top of dock and then the lake bed. So I'm going to speak to the ADA.
Well, let me ask you one thing
Sure,
first. And maybe if you're going there, then
these will be signed as no diving, though. We know that.
Yeah, that's what
Is that what you? Okay, got it.
They're going to say no
Yes.
diving. Okay.
Okay.
And then, I mean, do all of the docks along this side of the lake in Lake Forest Park have this problem with there might be 4 feet of water and you need to make sure people don't dive into that?
I can't speak to the condition of every single dock on this edge of Lake Washington, but I can say that shorelines are transects unless they've been interrupted by a bulkhead, which is not a natural or preferred or good condition for the ecosystem. But a natural shoreline has a transect to it of where the beach, occurs and the dock picks up there. And then as the land moves away under the water and the dock extends out. Now, the code does require that things like, if this were to be a floating dock, which I don't even know if is allowed in Lake Forest Park, but in jurisdictions where there is a floating dock allowed, when the water recedes out, obviously that floating dock would rest on the substrate entirely. That's not something that is preferred, and it's not what we would be doing here. And so where there is this condition of variable water, dock designs are made to consider that so that they have things like float stops, et cetera, that regardless of what the water level is, we're not ever providing for the moving element or an element of the dock to float on the lake floor or to sit on the lake floor. Rather, it always has to be floating or suspended above. That's the sort of delicate balance of features related to the ADA dock, is that in order for us to have an accessible gangway, ramp pitch, and have the kayak launch be at the water level, usable year round, while still also sitting above the lake floor that whole time, it does mean that we need to reach a certain depth of water, et cetera. Now, I know that we heard Mr. Greetham talk about the condition and the minimum space below the dock, et cetera, and just that this is out of our control somewhat in terms of what Mother Nature decides to do with the movement of sediment. And so the intent is, from the modeling and from the marine structural design, that we should have sufficient depth, in the foreseeable. However, the lake floor changes. We know that from doing projects on this lake over the past, 2 decades, that bathymetry changes, substrate moves. And so all of our professional evidence says that we will have sufficient room. Can we guarantee it? No. And short of taking a measurement, every month, we wouldn't necessarily know if there's small fluctuations in the amount of depth that's provided.
Okay. I just need to look at one more thing. Is there any other feature of the park to address Jesse Fudge's concerns with trespassing from kayakers? I think the concern was they stop at the Fudge's dock.
So this was actually something that we heard from numerous residents at Beach Drive. I know a couple of the families that were at the northernmost end of Beach Drive had specific concerns about people getting close to the end of their dock, or in one case they said that someone actually had been on their dock. I'm not aware necessarily of what else would be the obligation of the city to manage that, I suppose. And so it feels a little bit out of I'm
Okay.
yeah, I think.
But will kayakers, say, coming from Log Boom Park, can they rest on LFP's public dock instead of the Fudge's dock?
Well, oh yeah. So the intent, that's actually this park in its communication with King County is getting funding for trailhead construction. So one of the neat components of this project is that in terms of a water trail, a paddling trail between multiple stops on Lake Washington, there are, Kenmore has this great stop. Then the next one is Matthews Beach. There are some recent new stops in Kirkland, which are there. And so for paddling access, the intent is that this stop, the Waterfront Park, will be a trailhead for both the Burke-Gilman Trail and for the Lake Washington, I think it's the Lake to Locks paddling trail. And so the park will not allow motorized watercraft at all. The dock is not outfitted for motorized watercraft. It will be signed no motorized watercraft. But paddlers would be welcome to enter the park via the dock and that we have been working with the Washington Water Trails Association to anticipate getting this public dock on their trail map, which is exciting. And so yes, so that is a
Would that
function
come
of
with
the dedicated
signage?
paddling trail.
Aha, you've reached the next part in the paddling trail.
Right. Yes, it would
Okay.
come with signage. So it would be signed both on, the dock that this is a public dock. There is a specific, and forgive me, I don't know if it's the Lakes to Locks Trail, but there's a specific trail marker signage that we have discussed. And then we have been in communication with King County, this whole time about coordinating just the proximity of the park to the Burke-Gilman, as people always are already use the Burke-Gilman to get to the preserve. So
Okay. Are there any other features in the park on that boundary with the fudges that you think I missed asking you about? Seems
one thing that I think is kind of a helpful thing to imagine is, well, I guess I don't have a good photo of it here, but from standing, so it would be, okay, so I'm going to flip to Exhibit 42 of the hearing presentation, and just, we had some photos in here of the park from the water, just showing the context of the site. Sorry, let me find these. Okay. Here, okay. So if we're looking at the shoreline of the park, and we can see some of these, we'll use a tree for reference. So this large tree here and this tree, this is, that fencing is going to come out way forward of those. So we're 50 feet off of the shoreline wall, and it's really apparent from being when you're standing on the property. I know we weren't allowed to talk when we were out there, but when you're standing on the property, to picture from that wall and then to pace off that 50 feet, it does feel like a distance. I honestly think that once that dense thicket of vegetation is there and the fence is there, that it almost won't be perceivable to the public that there is a seawall there, which would be the intent. That it should form a screening function to really provide that you're not going to want to get up to that area. It's not going to feel as enticing as I understand the concern based on being out there now and what it feels like. It really feels like it's a very open opportunity. We were all out there, we were all on the lawn. It really feels like it's close. And I do think that just imagining being back in that place, standing near the seawall, and then imagining backing up, 15 or 50 to 25 feet, it is quite a separation. And so that I think is just the last thing that I wanted to note.
Thank you. Let's see. TJ Fudge testified that his roof height was 20 feet. Did that sound right to you, or do you have any other measurements on that?
We did not take any vertical measurements of the Fudge's house. We were mostly concerned with on the ground proximity, but being that it's a 2-story house, 20 feet is typical.
Okay. TJ talked about the estimate he got from the Civic Club of 300 to 400 people a day at the Civic Club. How do you see the Civic Club comparing to this park?
So we do have an aerial, if it's okay if I go to that. So this is in Exhibit 42, and we can go to here. So this is the 2017 aerial. There's 2023. I'm going to use the 2017 just because it shows a little bit of more of the ground based on when the aerial was taken. Okay, so you can see that the Civic Club has quite a big structure. It is larger than the main house. I've spoken to individuals at the Civic Club. They did tell me what the event capacity was there, and I know it was somewhere in the neighborhood of 2 to 250 people, but I can't quote me on the wrong number, or please don't quote me on specifically that number, but it is more than what the intention of gathering would be in the city's building. So in the city's building, I believe that just based on floor plan assembly area alone, it would allow for 222 people in that big house. But the city has always agreed throughout this project that that is not the intent of how this would be operated. And so early on, we discussed a post-occupancy number far less than that of 159. And then through, I regret that we weren't able to stand inside the house at the site visit, simply because being in that room, it is not the whole open floor plan. There's a fireplace in the center of the house that sort of restricts it. The intent is that that fireplace will remain. It's sort of an L-shaped room, which you can see from the floor plan. And the building currently is 2-story, but as I mentioned in my presentation, the story will be opened up. And part of that is just that it feels low. It feels like a small space. And so even when we talked about the post-occupancy number of 159, it was, well, we don't ever intend to put that many people in it. And so it is refreshing to see, that the city has determined that the condition of a max of 95 is what they're imagining for the event here. Going back to the 2002 hearing examiner's conditions, which was that, 70 people is enough for the preserve per those conditions. Being on the preserve many, many times, 70 feels like a lot for that land use. And so I think in terms of, it's the city through this process has acknowledged that they've never had 70 people that they know in the preserve. They don't intend to. And so looking at the expansion of this property to 3 times its size, but the expansion of that number from effectively 70 to 95 for events feels right scaled. So although we do have the Civic Club structure of 250, the sort of voluntary limitation of this building to the 95, that would be one difference, is just the size of the facility in also with the capacity of the facility. You'll also notice that the Civic Club has a pretty sizable beach, pretty sizable play area, picnic pavilion, and a kind of a range of programming right at the shoreline that's pretty consistent with large groups, but that's also outside of the lawn. The lawn, which we have taken some course measurements of, is about 30,000 square feet. The total lawn area on the Turner property is greater than it will end up being based on what we saw with the vegetation, that it will, this is that tree that's in the property, that's the big tree. So we're going to be through here, effectively with the lawn reduction there. And then in order to, this is where that picnic pavilion will be, to keep this tree, but still meet our EMS turning radius. The central path effectively from the parking area comes right through here. So the net end of the lawn is going to end up being, we'll have about, I think it's 75 feet of shoreline and about 6,800 square feet of lawn space. Altogether, the shorelines of the Civic Club are much more than that. I do have those numbers, not right here, but I can definitely get them if you'd like them, but a much bigger lawn, much more shoreline. So the other kind of really key difference that you can't see in this aerial is that the Civic Club does have a more robust active shoreline. So there's actually like a vehicular boat launch for large motorcraft launching that occurs here. And so it requires vehicles to enter the park for the purpose of recreation, right? And so the park, the Civic Club serves not only an internal recreation function, but it also is a gateway to water access for motorized boat use, which is an attractive proposition because there's not that many of those around. So it does feel like it's substantially different in terms of the programming and recreational opportunities that the Civic Club does provide. I do think that this fact that the Civic Club also is a membership, so it is people who know that that's their place to recreate, and then there's a guest capacity on that. So I believe from the Civic Club's website, it said something like, members, families can bring up to 4 guests. That may play into that capacity, but having not done a recreational carrying capacity analysis for the Civic Club, then I can't say that that's specifically what it is. But I do think that the formula that was presented to take the Civic Club attendance and to multiply that by like 8. That as someone who I used to work at state parks, I used to do recreational carrying capacity analyses. That would not be the methodology that we would use. We would look for, parallel facilities. We would do visitor counts. We would do those types of things. And then there's recreational carrying capacity analysis guidelines that we would consult. So there's a methodology that would go into it, but I would estimate that it would be vastly lower than the Civic Club and what was proposed as, hypothetically what the visitation of this park would be. Oh, you're unmuted, Kim.
Thank you. I was trying to save everyone from the garbage truck going by. The I think you called it a recreational carrying capacity. Is that something that needs to be done for every park?
No, that's not typical. So that's really something that when I was in the state park system, it was the Florida State Park System. I was a park planner there. I was one of 4 park planners for what at the time was a system of 160 state parks. And it was not something that we did uh, particularly often in terms of, oh, we're working on this park, needs a recreational carrying capacity analysis. It was more, we are planning for 6 miles of backcountry trail. What do we anticipate the experience of this trail will be? Well, backcountry trail users may like to see, 1 to 2 people in their journey. Otherwise, they feel like the backcountry experience is compromised. And so using that, we would say, okay, well, we may issue 4 to 6 permits for this backcountry trail system to ensure that provision of experience. Or we also used it to do things like I did one for what's called No Name Harbor. No Name Harbor is on Key Biscayne Island in a park in the South Florida area, and it offers boat camping. And so we used a recreational carrying capacity analysis to basically look at the pattern of boat use and the safe moorage distance for boats in that harbor. And so we basically used it to then provide a facility that would be consistent with what would be the amount of recreation that we could accommodate within that area while also not degrading the aquatic habitats that are present there as well.
Okay.
So it's a planning tool sometimes used, but it would not be warranted as part of the planning process of this park simply by way of the extent of development that already exists on the property. The degree of programming that's provided is not, I would say, atypical for a park like this. And then it would not be required by code.
Okay. Could you talk to the Fudges have expressed concern that their specific concerns about the park were not heard. I think I've gone through the specific ones I heard during testimony, except for parking, but we've got a lot of testimony coming on that. Um, all right, I just want to make sure I'm hitting everything I heard from them about the site. Um, Oh yeah, so then you said you broached on this earlier, Mr. Fudge saying that the sidewalk is not going to continue past his house. And that's not fair. He'd like his kids to be able to walk on a sidewalk to get to school. They need a protected sidewalk with crosswalks. Can you talk to us about that?
Shoot, I was muted. Sorry about that. Okay, going back to Exhibit 46, I did hear your whole question. My apologies. I had to clear my throat. That's why I muted. So the current pathway that comes along Beach Drive is basically like a unimproved dirt, walking shoulder that's separated by an extruded curb. There are a couple issues with that. One of which is that it's unimproved, so it's just, dirt. The extruded curb, if you imagine trying to walk on a sidewalk and pass somebody, if say I'm walking with my child and somebody else is coming down the street, if you're on a surface, then it allows you to kind of pass each other. But if there is a grade separation or something like that, it can mean that it creates some difficulty of passing each other off. So imagine if we're on that, when we were walking for the walking tour on that sidewalk, a couple of us were in the dirt area, several of us were walking in the street, right? There's no formal facility, even though that path is responds to the 2002 hearing examiner's condition that a shoulder or trail or walking path be provided for the preserve. So it seems to have been a adequate facility from 2002 until currently. However, there is a desire to, rather than maintaining that informal condition, to create something better that manages impact rather than allowing people to just kind of walk off either side or, have to navigate the extruded curb that kind of sticks up on both sides if you're, on a bike or something like that. So the proposal is that basically that curb will be replaced with a sidewalk. So it'll be a curb and sidewalk that's roughly in the alignment of the existing extruded curb that's there, except instead of the dirt walking path, it'll have a proper sidewalk. So that sidewalk, where the Burke-Gilman Trail is, there's a sidewalk that extends down and it sort of dives into the grade. The intent is that that sidewalk will be made to connect with the sidewalk that runs down the other end of Beach Drive. There will be a painted crosswalk that's on the street there. And then the sidewalk will continue, as I described, replacing that curb and putting on, of course, a sidewalk up to the entrance to the park. So the prior entrance was, a dirt approach and then the trail here. The new sidewalk is the center line of it is about 18 feet beyond that current path that's there. That's going to be that sidewalk that's going to turn in and go into the park. We discussed whether or not this sidewalk should continue straight down at the beginning of the park. And it really felt like individuals who are walking to this area for the purpose of arriving at the park, it made sense to direct them into it, specifically based on what we heard from individuals about not wanting to bring additional traffic down Beach Drive related to the park use. And so we went back and forth, and because there is no adjoining sidewalk, and because of the proximity of the Fudge's house to the property line and the property corner, the determination was made that an extended stretch of sidewalk was not necessary. There is also power poles. I think one is at this property corner. There are those two large trees here and here that we walked in between, that's where the current driveway is there. And then there is an additional pole and an additional pole. And so, can you navigate root zones and power poles with a sidewalk? Sure, it's done in development projects all the time. in this case, were we relieved that we did not have to bring the sidewalk down and navigate, the sidewalk with the poles? Sure, yes. It's simpler. It brings the sidewalk into the park development. It lets individuals arriving to the park feel like this is the area that they are invited to be in. This is a private street and is, or not private street, but it is private residential homes on a public street. It'll be signed as such, no public park access, et cetera, down that way. And it feels very clear with not having the sidewalk there. As I mentioned, that was the first that I had heard about the desire from someone on Beach Drive to pull the sidewalk all the way down. So I do think that it's worth looking at. I do think that, if we go back to the survey, in terms of, where the property line is, and the proximity of the house. Obviously, this carport is coming out, but this house is remaining. The roadway edge, I think, will be about here. I think it is about at the edge of the planters. And then, of course, that, returns in where there's the driveway. So we can look at bringing the sidewalk down if that's the determination of the parties involved. But in terms of the current proposal for the park, it's not shown. But again, the design is at 70%. And, design modifications to the sidewalk construction would not necessarily preclude the project from being approved at this stage. So,
But with no sidewalk
Mhm.
in front of the Fudge's house, it's channeling people just into the park and not past on Beach Drive. Is that what I hear
that's
you
the
saying?
intent of the way that the sidewalk was designed, yes.
Okay.
But we would not have meant that, meant that we were not hearing the concerns of the residents of Beach Drive. I honestly did not hear the desire from Beach Drive residents to have a sidewalk installed on the street or further down the street.
Have you heard a desire from Beach Drive residents for a gate across their street at the Fudge's house?
That was something that was mentioned early on. And I heard neighbors, so basically, maybe it's easiest to see this from the aerial. So I heard from individuals that something like a, swing arm gate at this location should be considered to basically say that, individuals who are coming down Beach Drive should not go any further. This should be something that's specific for the residents of the street. And although that idea was discussed, there were numerous, reasons and advocates on both sides of the equation that spoke about it. And ultimately, the reason that I believe that it was not considered as part of this project specifically. So remember, there's this project and there's a bunch of other things. So we know, for example, that you heard that there was the U-turn action that was no longer allowed. And so now people trying to get to the dentist office, they go down here and then have to make a turnaround to get out. The, reconfiguration of signal timings at the WashDOT intersection is not part of this project, but it seemed like it came up enough in the community engagement that we had our traffic expert look at it and actually make some recommendations that he provided to the Public Works Department to facilitate communication with WashDOT. But this is WashDOT property. It's WashDOT signal. It's not part of this project, but it is definitely something that we, considered and looked at. So same thing here is that if, as a part of this project, we were going to include a gate, it would mean that the specification of the gate, including the key card system that residents would use to access the gate, would be specified by this design team as part of this project. And it felt like the linkage of those two things really didn't make sense. It also felt like the city's own decision-making in terms of what does it mean to take a public street and to gate it for private residents was not something that in what I heard on my side was a decision that was going to be made at that time related to this project. So it was discussed, but like I said, lots of things were discussed. Keeping all the cabins and and running it as an Airbnb was discussed, but I don't think that it was something that was it was not decided to be furthered as part of this project and my role in this project, if that makes sense.
You had, was it one meeting with just Beach Drive residents? Is that right?
Um, I guess it was just one. So we started engagement in July of 2023, and we had numerous conversations and meetings with individuals who would reach out to the city. So the city, contact through the city website or through the city channels, basically say, I have concerns, and then we would facilitate a meeting.
Okay.
So because of the relationship of Beach Drive residents to this project, we had one where it was traffic engineer, me, city staff to basically discuss with them concerns about transportation and traffic and things like that. Yes, and then of course they were invited, to all of the community engagement. And then we did have, I mentioned the walking tour. Mr. Aniker asked, were other people invited on the walking tour? And it was, actually I was invited on the walking tour. This was a neighborhood steward of Beach Drive who invited me. So, so there were a lot of those sorts of other engagement opportunities when people reached out. Yeah.
Have the residents of Beach Drive expressed a united opinion on this project? Is there some board of Beach Drive that communicates with the
Not that
city?
I'm aware of, but they have been interested, which has been great. I mean, having done this type of work for, more than 20 years at this point, there are sometimes public development projects that come up, and it's really difficult to get people to participate in a process for whatever reason. In this case, the community has shown up over and over again with interest and ideas and participation. I know Mr. Fudge mentioned the survey for the Prost plan at like 300 people, and that it was probably more than this project. And I didn't take offense, but I did make note of the fact that we had 498 participants on the first survey, and then we ended up with a total of 800 through the course of the project on surveys alone. But neither here nor there. I'm sure, when he was on the planning commission, I think the population was probably less. But anyway, so we have had lots and lots of engagement and interest in this project. So I have heard from lots of people who self-identified as Beach Drive owners outside of the designated Beach Drive meeting, where they came with their concerns. I did have a lot of people who voiced things at the beginning of the project and then would say, when we would sit there and discuss it and look at the exhibits, they would say something like, well, this is different than what I thought was happening. I don't see issues with some of this as I'm seeing it now. And so we did see an evolution of public comment, which is pretty typical for a public project, where there's, assumptions or misinformation or, ideas of what something might be that you have to really get people to understand what's within the scope of the project, what isn't, and then what can be tackled. A lot of the communication that we had with people was about what they would love to see, and we had to do some coaching on what would be out of scale with what's appropriate on this property. There's substantial amount of development on these three properties, and
You mean currently?
Historically,
sorry.
right. And so the city has been doing, since the city's acquisition of the Lyon Creek Waterfront Preserve property, the city has been doing incremental things to restore historic disturbance and to provide for a balance of appropriate recreational opportunities, along with what is really typical for shoreline development in this area. This is not a natural stretch of the shoreline, but as we know more about the preservation and conservation of natural systems and shoreline environments, we are all taking steps. You see those in incremental code changes. You see those in the way that shoreline homeowners decide to develop or restore their shoreline. We are all nudging towards what's the better response for the ecosystem that still allows us to enjoy and recreate and live and, have leisure on shorelines. And
Can I ask you?
Sure.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Mr. Fudge testified about the surveys when he was on the planning commission, and my memory is that he talked about people only wanting passive use parks. What did your surveys show?
That people want parks, and people want all sorts of parks, and that there was lots of community feedback about really enjoying Lyon Creek. I had some people that were pretty upset when we proposed closing down the trail on the far side of the creek. So that's the short little walking. You can see it. Let's see. Augmented 6, page PDF page 5. This, this trail that extends through here. And that they felt like this was, a loss, that they wouldn't be able to get to the far side of the creek. And again, there was, conversation and listening that occurred around that. But we did hear from more people that wanted to keep the cabins. A lot of people were bummed about the size of the lawn reduction, wanting to have more lawn, more open space.
What about passive versus, did anyone want active facilities in the park?
So active facilities like a ball court or something like that. Initially, the concept was to include both beach volleyball and bocce. We have a delicate balance here where responsibly for new development, we should be keeping to the footprints as much as possible of development that is already present. A beach volleyball court was not seriously considered once the project started. The playground was really the thing that the community, we heard a tremendous amount of community, desire for a playground to be provided. Now, what I find admirable about this community was their understanding of balance between the sensitivity of the inner stream buffer and the preserve, and wanting to keep the preserve as a preserve, but then also being really excited about the expansion of in-water and water recreation opportunities on the other park parcels.
Okay.
And ultimately, through most of those conversations, what we found is that the design as it ended after the year-long schematic design process and then the subsequent engagement process was that we found a good consensus point. Most of the conversations when we do community outreach now, we hear things like, well, I wish the playground was bigger, but I understand. Well, I think it should have more parking, but I understand. Well, I wish it didn't have any parking, but I understand that you had to provide some. And so the tone of those communications is that, as hearing examiner Galt mentioned at the beginning of this, not everyone is going to be exactly happy, but the design represents balance and consensus.
So in those surveys, there was a desire for some active use, but it sounds like it was an iterative process. Is
Yes.
that correct? Okay. And so you mentioned you ended up with the playground, and that's considered an active use, is what I understood.
It is. Because of the level of exertion and because of the facility provided,
Okay.
the fact that there's a designated facility for active play,
Okay.
it would be considered an active facility, yes.
What are the other, if any, active facilities in the park?
As someone who's been in recreation and parks planning for a very long time, there are definitions for active and passive, and they are a little squishy at times.
Okay.
So when I was in state parks, the whitewater rafting was the thing. Whitewater rafting requires no facility at all. It's a natural thing. You can be whitewater rafting one day and then be gone, and no one would ever know that you're there. And so is that an active use because it's exertion, or is it a passive use because it's on a completely natural, unimproved place? And so the modern definition, and this was something in the planning process for this park, I did have several communications with the National Association of Rec and Parks to make sure that I understood, for the purpose of what the entitlement documents related to the funding were, what would be active and passive uses that would be provided here, and what was acceptable for the preserve, which has a specific condition on passive uses.
Yeah.
So based on that communication and those discussions, the only active use provided on this park from a facility standpoint is the playground.
Okay. And not the swimming, not anybody in the water, not the swimming, not the kayaking.
No, because of the degree of, we're not anticipating, it's not a boat launch or like a boat ramp where you're going to have a motorboat. There's not ski doos and, water skiing, those types of highly exertive, active swimming. If someone is swimming really hard here, maybe that bridge is on an active activity, but it is intended to be a passive swimming, bathing, and paddling area.
Okay. So from a park's perspective, is this considered a high intensity use park?
In my experience, high intensity is not a term as it relates to park development, if that makes sense.
Okay. You use active and passive. Those are the
I would use
terms.
active and passive. I would use developed and not developed. So from the beginning condition of this park with 9 structures, and that's a high level of development. And I would actually see this park in its end condition as less developed because of the reduction of that, intensity of structure that appears on it. But I wouldn't necessarily say that this is a low intensity or high intensity park.
Okay, okay. TJ Fudge specifically brought up one of the questions on one of the surveys that asked how people travel to the park, including walking, biking, public transit. And I'm paraphrasing, but he didn't like the fact that cars weren't mentioned.
Mhm.
Can you respond to that for me?
Sure. So this is I remember reading the comment from Jesse, and I thought that it was very observant because we were strategic in our asking of that question. So at the beginning of this project, the city's communication, I believe in the RFP, like it was that early, was that the intent was that no parking would be provided. There, currently is no on-site parking aside from the ADA space at the preserve. And that the goal should be potentially no parking provided. However, the purpose of acquisition and the stated goal of the project was to provide for water access, and dock was mentioned, kayaking was mentioned. So what what will people need to facilitate recreation responsibly? And is parking something that would be a necessary amenity at a park like this one that the city was communicating they described? And so in terms of how do we ask a question to really get at the behaviors of whether people will get here, understanding that the preference based on the communique at the time, which was, little to no parking. And so we primed the question to not volunteer driving so that what we got back was people who said, no, I need to drive. Driving is required. And so in our phrasing of the question, it was basically to suggest first the things that were what we wanted to hear. And so we knew that the people who were saying, no, driving is necessary. I will drive to this park. That's how I'll get there. That they came up with that on their own based on the location, the intended use, how they intended to be there. And it was our defense to say, we should provide parking here. Some parking should be provided, and it should be consistent with the uses that we're designing the park for.
Okay. Mr. Fudge testified that there would still be a reasonable use of this park if there was no pier. Can you address that?
Yeah, I would not agree. One could say there would be reasonable use of all of the Washington properties if it was just for, a nice view, but we should stay out of the shoreline entirely. But that's just not the reality for development in our region. And so in order to say, well, what would be reasonable use of this property, I would say what was the intent of the purchase of this property? What is on the deed for the acquisition and purpose in terms of the funding that was received. I think reasonable use is why the community wanted it purchased in the first place. And I think the city's post plan effort goes a long way to say that water access is critical to quality of life for recreation for residents of Lake Forest Park. And you might say, well, where would that be provided? Where should it be provided? If you look at the fact that the rest of the shoreline is residential in character outside of the two adjacent properties to this property, which are the Preserve and the Civic Club, as providing for community-based, private or public, but community-based waterfront recreation. And so would the use of this property be reasonable without a dock? I would say no, because it doesn't provide for the expansion of water-based water access recreational water-based opportunities, which is what the community desired. It was the impetus for the purchase, and it was a purpose in the acquisition funding.
Can you still use the shoreline even if you don't have a pier?
I mean, I would say that in a residential capacity for a waterfront park, or a residential capacity at a waterfront, you would be able to walk into the water or launch from the shore. In a public park where the code requires a separation between paddlecraft launching and swimming, and then understanding the proximity of what shoreline launching would be next to the Lyon Creek estuary. The fact that we're actually pushing that use off farther than the shoreline and using the new dock configuration as a separation between the waters of the preserve and the beach waters, I think we have arrived at the best possible solution for providing a minimum facility that provides for both safe passive bathing swimming at the near shore and then for watercraft launching out at the end of the pier. Now, we could have proposed a longer dock, but we didn't. But what we could not have proposed is a shorter dock because it would not have gotten us to the depth of water that would be required. And I do think that looking at other facilities, residential, maybe there's probably not a good parallel there because it's a residential use versus a park use, but there are residential docks that are considerably longer than what is proposed here along the shoreline in this area. If we look at the maybe closest parallel, which might be the Civic Club has two docks as well as a boat ramp, all at the shoreline, also with a swimming beach. Now, the historical precedent of the Civic Club is that it's been there since the city's founding. So it's, a well-grandfathered, established, beloved use. This is a new park, so we can't just say, well, they did it, but at the same time, is a boat ramp required? And I think here, no, it's not. And I don't know that it would be a reasonable use of this facility because that would require vehicles to get into the park and to the shoreline with boat trailers. That would not be reasonable here. But I think for paddlecraft launching, the fact that the dock also moves some of that activity off of the shoreline, it is the best, most minimal facility for achieving the goals of the project in balance with the habitat and ecosystem concerns.
Okay. I might not have this right, but is there ADA kayak launching from the dock?
Yes.
Okay. Does
From
that
the terminal
happen?
end of the dock.
Can you do that from the shoreline? From the shore?
Not according to the code where we are required to have separation of those two things.
Okay.
Launching, swimming, separate.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Fudge also talked about no swimming. There would still be a reasonable use of this park if no swimming were allowed in the lake. Do you think that's a reasonable use without the swimming?
No, I would say that that's not a reasonable use without the swimming because the point of this property, this project, the purchase of the property, the terms of the acquisition funding was water access for recreation. So even if you said this is a paddlecraft boating area only, to say that people couldn't swim in the water is,
Mm.
counterintuitive, and it also wouldn't make sense because even if we were just launching from the shore, you'd have to wade in the water before you were able to effectively launch a kayak. So,
Okay.
again, for the, desired use of the property, I think the facilities provided are the minimal ones.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Mr. Fudge said you don't need an event space. Um, he said it's not consistent with the site constraints and kind of challenged the city to be creative instead. And I didn't ask him to explain that further. But can you tell me why you think that events, the community building is a reasonable use?
Sure. So one of the interesting things about this property is that it showcases the development history of the city of Lake Forest Park. There's been, development on this property for a very long time. The overlook structure that remains on Lyon Creek is a portion of a structure that was once built there. It really showcases how people used the shoreline at the turn of the century, post, the lake being lowered and this becoming shoreline at all. It's not like, again, this is not a natural shoreline. 1912, this part of the lake appeared, and then people started to hang out there. But as Professor Fudge mentioned when he was on the Planning Commission, and the degree of environmental knowledge and environmental sustainability and stewardship that's present in this community is really impressive. And that's consistent with the way that the shorelines were very built. And then now the community has responded with numerous restoration projects, creeks, culvert replacements throughout the whole of Lake Forest Park. And I think this is part of that. The desire to acknowledge that the history is there, but then also to respond with something that's better environmentally, but still retains some of the history and storytelling of Lakefront Park, or of Lake Forest Park. So in this case, most of the structures that are on site have a pretty, it's not a, uh, the architecture of them is not really resonant as representing any specific style, the little cabins. The exception to that was the mid-century home on the Morris property that was really representative of architectural stylings of the Pacific Northwest modern movement at the time. Now what remains of that is the overlook structure. So that's a neat point of interpretation that will come with this park. But the other portion is the 1920s, 30s brick structure that will represent the community building. So I think we should think about, just the range of things that can be described by saying event space. What we heard from the community was that they wanted a space for things like scout meetings. The Master Gardeners Club to get together was something that was mentioned. Renting a space for a study group or a meeting. So these are events without a doubt. But I think that, it is about what is the scale of event that will be managed in this space, and that's an operational concern. How these buildings will be designed is just, for flexibility as an open area, but it is retaining this interesting part of the history of Lake Forest Park. And that was really what we heard in the community engagement and from the city itself, was that so many pieces of historical Lake Forest Park had been lost, and that this was one that remained, and that there was a desire to protect it.
And as a park planner, are these kind of community meeting spaces, is that a natural thing you find in parks elsewhere?
Yeah, lots of parks have, flexible meeting rooms that you can rent. I know there's the Lytle House in Bothell. There's the community center in Kirkland. There's a number of structures in the parks that Kenmore just recently finished. Oh gosh, there was another one that was on the tip of my tongue. Oh, the Arboretum, they have several. Yeah, I mean, flexible buildings for community uses exist in parks all over the place.
Um, Mr. Fudge talked about the purpose of the dock being to separate uses, the swimming and the kayaking. I just want to make sure, is that the only goal of the dock?
No, the doc, the conversations that we had early on were what should it serve? We had a number of community sentiment about, and I think Mr. Anaker mentioned this also. Did we ever consider keeping the docks or keeping the dock in the location that they were at? And we evaluated all of that stuff. I mean, a lot of it. They considered a lot of different ways that this project could go. And I know one of the things that we heard repeatedly was just the viewing that's provided from the Overlook Preserve dock. And that viewing was something that just a place for respite and looking at, the incredible view that you get from the edge of this property, looking out across the lake, and that there was a desire for that to be maintained. So we did evaluate, and I think you'd probably see it if you went back through some of the engagement designs and concepts, providing viewing platforms a little bit closer to the shoreline. And what we determined was that, based on the sensitivity of that area, the movement of sediment, anything closer to the creek mouth really doesn't, is not what should be proposed. So the nice thing about the viewing platforms that are incorporated into the multifunction dock that's provided are that those two viewing platforms on the south end, or on the project west side, the dock itself moves, I think, something like 25 feet farther away from the creek mouth. And I get to our measurement page. Is this the one? Yeah, here. So I think this still has a scale set, hopefully. Yeah, so we're 20 feet. So basically where the existing preserve dock is, it's not right on top of the creek mouth, but it's close. And any amount of space that we can give would be great. Further, we didn't see a need to maintain the dock location on the preserve property. And if we included if we maintained the existing dock location at its current location on the north property, it didn't provide a lot of separation between the adjacent neighbor's dock. And it also, then we were looking at what would be the meaningful separation of keeping people out of the preserve waters. And so we made the determination, and because of the topography of this area being the highest point of the shoreline, it allowed us to maintain, this accessible path with minimal grading. We didn't have to build up a lot of topo here in order to get to the dock height, so that the dock could be at the location and level that it should be based on, what we know today about designing a dock sustainably. And so we are farther from the creek mouth, farther from the creek delta, but those two L's that extend, below the dock, they still provide a really nice viewing opportunity. They provide some other benefit to the incorporation of uses on the dock, but I think your question was about the multi-use of the dock, right? You're muted again. Sorry, Kim.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
That there's more than one goal with the dock.
Yes.
It's more
Yeah.
than separating swimming and kayaking.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. TJ Fudge talked about the expansion of Beach Drive, and I'm not sure, he talked about it's not getting widened. It was considered, but it's not getting widened. Can you go back to Beach Drive and show us, you talked about the sidewalk. Is there any widening there? Is the actual right of way width being changed?
No, the right-of-way width is not being changed.
Okay.
And so you can see here, so this is page 10, PDF page 10 and Exhibit 46, which shows we have kind of an interesting land ownership situation here with the washed out right-of-way, the King County Trail right-of-way, and then, the city's right-of-way, and then the individual property owners that occur along this street. And the number of utilities that sort of exist in this area is pretty impressive in terms of the, number of power poles and those sorts of things. You can see the sewer lines that run through here. There's the sewer line that runs through the property and off the beach. And so in terms of navigating all of this, we were, we've gone through many iterations of what should occur in this area. So the determination of how people get to the park, it was really looking at what their existing path of travel was. And the most appropriate place to to establish that is along this area. But there is along the curb. But you'll notice when you're walking out there that there's spaces between like the front of the property development and the edge of current asphalt where it's sort of just a nothing zone.
Yeah.
So you'll notice it along this first property and then some of the others where there's kind of, the residential development, and then there might be like a little bit of an apron for the driveway. Sometimes there's planting, sometimes there's not. But basically the roadway that appears to have been paved as Beach Drive kind of ends. So we didn't want to encourage any sort of situation where there was going to be, side parallel parking on this south side of Beach Drive. And so the expansion of Beach Drive that was mentioned earlier might just be the fact that once that you can see here where the old curb was included, and the old curb actually has this little dent in it. That dent is going to be straightened, and then instead of just not paving that, it will be resurfaced with asphalt. And so the intent is not that it's a formal roadway widening, but it is, patching up from the disturbance that will have been done when that curb is removed. And so the asphalt will be new from the length of the basically sidewalk work up to, the end of the limit of the project. But
will
it's
there
not
be-
formal roadway widening, if that makes sense.
Will there be pavement from the edge of sidewalk? Edge of sidewalk and
Yeah,
then
the
pavement?
asphalt is going to be made to join with the new curb.
Could you go back on the left side of this exhibit? Is this a new crosswalk right there?
So this is, yes. So this is a pretty interesting space here from a traffic design perspective. But yeah, so currently there's a sidewalk that runs alongside this bridge on the one side that dives into the grade. The sidewalk on this side dives into the grade as well. This survey represents the condition at the beginning of the project. Based on the conversations with the King County and the Burke-Gilman Trail, they've since improved this and expanded the pavement to fill this area so that it's sort of, they've moved ahead faster than we have in terms of what comes next. But from the Burke-Gilman Trail, there's that expanded paved area here. The sidewalk comes out, and currently it just kind of dies into the pavement. That'll be constructed as a proper sidewalk. It'll have an accessible ramp with a tactile device at the ground surface. It'll have a striped crosswalk that comes across, and then it'll pick up a ramp again, and that'll ramp up, and then you'll be on a grade separated sidewalk of, I think it's 5 feet width. It should be 5 feet width. I can
Is that the only crosswalk being added?
Currently, yes, because we don't have any other points that we're introducing where vehicles would come in contact with pedestrians.
Okay.
If the decision is made where the sidewalk would carry forward, then it would be appropriate to have a striped zebra here and there as well.
Okay. Did you hear owners on Beach Drive wanting like a bunch of improvements to Beach Drive or anything like that? Or was the city being asked to do that?
We heard a lot from individuals on Beach Drive about the existing condition of Beach Drive. So we heard a lot of people, talking about current. We heard a lot about the turnaround motion that was aggravated by the U-turn being eliminated from the WashDOT intersection. That was major. And then we did hear about people parking on the Beach Drive shoulder in the public parking area, but still parking there for effectively all day to ride the Burke-Gilman Trail. We also heard a lot.
This is, I just want to be clear. So this is people we've got Beach Drive. Maybe you can show me. Where are people parking?
So what we heard, the
Maybe we
project
don't have
ends
it.
here.
Uh-huh.
We go to the aerial where you can see, Beach Drive. Beach Drive continues back, and it continues back far. I think there's, I don't know, more than a dozen houses. I think it's something like 20 or 30, but please don't quote me on that. Further down, and then it's a dead end. The Burt Gilman runs, through here all the way to Kenmore, and past. And so, apparently what was described to us was that, there's a sign here that says no parking south of here. And then it presumes that parking is allowed on one side and not the other. It's very apparent here, but from our accepted directions for this project, no parking south of here would mean no parking on this side of the street. And I think it's just as unclear when you're out there what it means by no parking south of here. But basically, parking along this stretch is allowed. It is a public street with a residential use where public parking, shoulder parking would be allowed. And it's used. It's used by, the residents of Beach Drive who, want to street park on their own street, which is not a crime. But it apparently is also used by individuals who want to street park on this street and then get on the Burke Gilman Trail. And that was described to us as an aggravating condition.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Is this project changing any of the rules about parking on Beach Drive or anything?
I will have to check because I do believe that the no parking south of here, that sign was going to be made clearer. The only rules that it is changing about parking on Beach Drive would be that there's going to be signing that will actually go onto the park here that says that parking is not allowed on this side of the street. It doesn't change anything beyond this edge here at all.
Okay. Okay. TJ Fudge talked about yesterday, he testified about the groundwater and that the project hasn't addressed it. He said the geotech report talked it about a little bit, but is there going to be groundwater withdrawal for this project?
No, we don't anticipate, any groundwater withdrawal. However, on properties with high groundwater, sometimes when you are doing excavation, that can cause water to go into, to start to fill up the area that you're working in. And in those cases, the construction company will use a pump to pump the water out of the hole temporarily so that then it allows for the work to be completed. We don't anticipate that happening, but that's always something that, there's protocols for how that could be handled if it arises, essentially.
And there's a well on the property, I guess.
So yes, there is a well, and it is, from everything that we can tell, an unsanctioned well. It occurs here. It's not on the survey because they didn't find it, but we did when we were traipsing around. It appears to be basically a 3-foot diameter concrete culvert sunk vertically into the ground with a wood lid over it and a pipe on the top. One of my colleagues, who's quite a bit taller than me, lifted the lid and tried to stand it up to see if we could see how deep it is. It's deeper than his height plus his arm length. And we looked for documentation that we could to see if it was something that was permitted, that we could then potentially use that as a source for irrigation supply during the summer months. We didn't find any documentation, so that the plan is for decommissioning of that well.
Okay. Mr. Fudge said he thought you may have misspoken during the hearing when you said there were utilities to what were the cabins on the Turner property and the house, because he remembers running a hose over to the Turner property when the well was down.
Uh,
Are-
the the only well that we're aware of is that well that I mentioned, which would have fluctuated with groundwater levels. I can say that while I did not flush the toilet in every structure on this site, I did turn on the taps and flush the toilets in several of them. I was in all of the structures prior to their demolition. Every single one of them had what appeared to be a modern kitchen sink and a modern bathroom, a three-point bathroom with a full tub and shower, toilet and sink. And the main house had two of those. And that there is a modern irrigation system installed on the property. So in addition to that, the survey indicates that there's underground utility that served this property and the structures there. And when the structures were decommissioned and demolished, each of those utility connects was capped at the foundation level. So all of the information and evidence that I have is that every single one of these structures was served with water, power, and sewer. That's the best I can speak to it.
Thank you. Mr. Galt,
I'm here.
Amber and I have been going at this for
A good
Ow.
while.
yes. So I am going to say I need a break. I need a drink of water, all that kind of stuff. And if that could be accommodated, that would be wonderful.
I have zero objections.
Then that makes the choice quite easy. 15 minutes enough?
Yes.
Okay. It happens to be 2:15, so we stand at recess until 2:30. Thank you. This is the second half of the afternoon session on February 27, 2026, Lakefront Park improvements. Ms. Pratt, you may continue the questioning of Ms. McCulsick.
Okay. Ms. McCulsick, I'm gonna turn you back to the dock again, and talk about Mr. Fudge believing that the gangway could be narrower than it is now, even under ADA standards. If you could address that comment.
Sure. I interpreted Professor Fudge's comment as as could the main part of the pier be narrowed, and he referenced the gangway width here. So hearing Examiner Galt, I'll share this exhibit. We're back to where we were before, which is Exhibit 46, but this time we're in the dock plans here. Which
And-
will be on page 18, or actually, you know what? We'll go to the specific doc sheets where it's got the dimensions. Page 47. Can everybody see that?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so the Americans with Disabilities Act is a set of requirements for providing accessibility, and there are certain times where accessibility per the ADA requirements is required, and then there are other times where it is optional, but sometimes it is made an obligation by the client. So in this case, the city has determined, required or not, the goal is to meet ADA compliance for essentially every place on the site. And so regardless of whether they would be required for access, egress, et cetera, we are providing ADA compliance throughout. That would be consistent with most park facilities, although not government buildings, kind of funny, but anyway. So in this case, what you're seeing here is a design that does provide for ADA requirement. So ADA sets the minimum standards that are considered for accessibility based on the disability and disability patterns that are noted in ADA. I have spoken, to numerous deaf and blind architects and planners that say that they don't go far enough in certain areas, but nonetheless, that's what we have, and that's what we deal with. So, because the conversation was about ADA, I'm going to stick there. So ADA allows for the minimum width, basically to allow someone to, if they're using a mobility assist device, to navigate a straight path that is narrower in some cases. So the width of a chair, if you're using a chair for mobility, but also, a walker or like a rascal, something like that, is 2.5 feet is the functional width. And so 3 feet is the minimum for most paths under ADA conditions. That does not provide for turning around, and it does not provide for passing. So in certain times, you can provide something that is that width, but it has to be within eyesight of the area that you can turn around, so that if two people, so for example, someone is walking, another person is using a rascal, and they are approaching on a path that is 3 feet wide, they don't get to a situation where they're confronted with each other and can't pass or turn around, and then they have to back out of an unsafe condition. And so basically you can provide a 3 foot wide thing, as long as it's you can see the area. So if I see someone coming, they can wait or I can wait. And that is the condition that's provided essentially here, where this is a straight and narrow, and that's why it's that way. Now, 5 foot width does allow for passing. So under ADA, a 5 foot width allows for passing or turning around. And so most sidewalks you'll see is 5 feet. Oftentimes 5 feet is the width that's used to say we have an ADA accessible path because it's 5 feet throughout. Those guidelines on their own don't resolve the design complications of a publicly accessible kayaking launch, because any individual who's navigating this dock is navigating it with a kayak or a canoe. And so you're thinking about individuals not just navigating, getting to the end, getting to the gangway on their own. It's that they're portaging a paddlecraft. And so when we designed this dock, we looked at not just what would be ADA accessible, but what would allow for a safe accommodation for members of the public, regardless of their mobility, to be able to navigate this dock with kayaks for the purpose of launching at the dock end. And so the width of a standard canoe kayak, they can be wider, like a fishing kayak where you can actually stand up in it, those sorts of things. But they tend to be about 36 inches wide. On a portage cart, depending on where those wheels are mounted, sometimes they're mounted on the outside, sometimes they're mounted on the inside. We would look at effectively a 36-inch, minimum width. So that's 3 feet. And then if you've got a kayak going so in one direction and a kayak going in the other direction, you're effectively at 6 feet across with with them gliding up against the side of each other in the middle. So 6 feet would be the edge to edge footprint of that. Now, there is, if you're on a path or a sidewalk and there's an edge, you can kind of step off the edge. On a pier, it's different. We can't just say that you can use the pier right to the edge of it, because if anything happens, a wheel slips, you are off the edge of it. And so for a safe condition, we would say that we would want a small buffer on the outside of that. So for the purpose of designing this pier, we effectively said 1 foot a 3-foot kayak, 1 foot in between them, a 3-foot kayak. So that gets us to 8 feet. Now, the other 2 feet are the fact that there is this railing along the side, but mounted on the inside of that railing are life safety devices. So there are storage boxes, there are life preservers that are present there. So along the dock, we basically assumed that there would be a 2-foot space off the rail where people might be standing and looking. There will be signage there. We're not sure if there's going to be an interpretive sign there, but there will be, educational or, limited use of the preserve or limited use of the dock signage, that type of signage. And then there will be those dock safety boxes. There will be the life ring cases. All that stuff's going to be mounted on there. So a little bit of clearance from that, plus assuming that we would have people going to the dock and going to the float and coming down from the float. So that is why this is this width. And that's why this essentially waiting area where you would have one person waiting and one person going down to use this. And then you would be able to see, hey, someone's coming up, so I'm going to wait here. So that's why that's the requirement, or that's why that's the width and dimension of all this. So the width and dimension of these L's was also because...
Can I stop you there
yeah.
for 1 second?
Sorry.
So is that, so I add up and I get 10 feet. Is that the minimum you need then for that gangway?
Yes, we looked at other areas, not the gangway. The gangway is this portion, but
Okay.
I believe that you're speaking about the rest of the pier.
Yes.
So we looked at other examples of multi-use docks around the lake, and some are wider, like Civic Club is 12 feet. But yes, 10 feet was what we felt like was minimal to provide for a safe two-way condition, assuming the requirements of this dock.
Okay. I'm
Okay.
sorry. Yeah, now
All
the
right.
L's.
Yes. So the other thing is that should you need to turn around, you can't do it in this width. And so in addition to these providing that overlook function, which we've talked about before, it also provides space where you can do a 3-point turn. And so you can turn around your kayak from either direction. The park, we also anticipate a park maintenance cart being necessary for maintenance on this dock. And that's another thing that you can use. You can use these shapes for that movement. So to make a 3-point turn, if you're in, a small little cart, automated cart, those types of things. I don't know if any of you have been to the Kenmore Park, Swallow Park. There's a large turnaround that they have. That's the graded decking through their boardwalk system for the same purpose. It allows their light duty park vehicle with the tow behind trailer to make a large circle. So it's quite large. Here we're talking about small, no tow behind, just making a 3-point turn. So the other part of this dimension is that, in the city's operation of this park, we worked with them to identify things that may come up. And a lot of that was based on community feedback. Members of the community talked about potential for wanting a lifeguard to be present if this was open during the summer for swimming, that type of thing. So we looked at the standard dimensions of a lifeguard stand. So lifeguard stands, there's a lot on the market. There's a lot that you can get. They tend to have a footing dimension in the neighborhood of 48 inches by 48 inches. Again, there are exceptions, bigger and smaller. We are not specifying a lifeguard stand for this project. That's a piece of equipment that the city would purchase, but we wanted to make sure that the typical one could be accommodated here. So if we look at a 48 by 48 on here, and I can scale that off if you'd like, but as Dr. Fudge mentioned, this is not a diveable depth of water. So typically when you would place a lifeguard stand, you would place the lifeguard stand at close to the edge of the pool deck so that the lifeguard could dive off into the water. That's not reasonable here because we don't have diveable depth. So in addition to the lifeguard stand, you would have to provide circulation around the lifeguard stand. So circulation could be that sort of minimum 2.5, 3 feet of room, but more is preferred because it allows it to be safer. And so each of these, both the swim module and the dock module, there is a ladder here that you can see, and so that increases the amount of circulation that's needed. But basically, we had anticipated for a 4x4 to essentially sit here, or a 4x4 to sit here, to allow movement around it, still a usable, swim and dock platform for recreationalists, and then provide for room to accommodate a lifeguard chair. In addition, the city had talked about potentially wanting to add an accessibility lift for swimming accessibility, which takes up additional room. And so that again would be basically like a 3x3 or 4x4 apparatus that would be mounted to the dock. And so the room is not to spare on this. It was carefully considered. And again, it does represent the minimum dimension that we feel like is necessary to accommodate these functions and uses that the dock is anticipated to provide.
Thank you.
No problem.
When Miss Villa was testifying, we talked about the drainage plan for the park, or I talked about the drainage plan. She hadn't reviewed it. Do you have familiarity with that drainage plan?
I do. As a landscape architect, I would be qualified to sign and seal a plan for surface drainage, and I did work with our civil engineer in the development of the plan.
Okay. And could you pull up what we need to talk about that drainage plan?
Sure. So the drainage plan appears in Exhibit 12, the BE. And so let me go ahead and open that. Okay.
Sorry, I didn't hear which sheet this is.
I haven't said it yet, but I
Oh,
will
sorry.
when I get there. Let me go ahead and share this. Let's see.
Would explain why I hadn't heard it.
Okay, so same thing as before. I'm in Exhibit 12 BE. Here's the thumbnail showing the pages. So this is 55. 57. Where's this? It's the plan. Here we go. Okay, so the site drainage plan is provided on sheet C 111 and 112. And that is PDF pages 74, and it's dates 0345 and 0346.
Thank you.
Yeah, no
Okay.
problem.
Can you walk us through what standards will this be built to?
So the project will trigger a full drainage review, which would be submitted at the building clear and grade permit level. But basically in investigating that's the standard, the process that it would be going through, the standard that it would meet would be the King County drainage manual. And we are held to the requirements of that. That said, as mentioned, go ahead, Kim.
Is it the King County manual because that is what Lake Forest Park has adopted?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Please continue.
So as mentioned, that's the standard. Lyon Creek is a stormwater receiving body, which would mean that it requires minimal treatment according to the code. However, it is the city wants to do a better than minimum for this project, not just for the sake of, oh, let's be better than the minimum, but the city more than anyone understands the sensitivity of some of like Lyon Creek specifically on this property. This project, as it was described to me by council and city staff, the desire is that it really be a demonstration of what you can do to develop sustainably within the shoreline area. And so the plan aims to treat stormwater even beyond what would be the minimum requirement. So I can, do you want me to walk through it now?
Please do.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so I was listening to Ms. Villa's testimony, and so one thing just to point out is that difference between pollution generating and not pollution generating. So she's correct in that the parking area is a pollution generating surface, and that we'll say standards aside for the protection of Lyon Creek, treating pollution generating surfaces prior to discharge to a natural water body is preferred. I could say it's the standard, but in this case, again, the system is providing better than the standard. So for the sake of just responding to Ms. Villa's testimony, the pollution generating surface, and granted, remember, this is 50% design. This was previous. We're now at 70%. So this is representative of the design at that time, but we have continued to be, improve it in a positive direction since then. Specifically in this case, you'll see that this has 5 parking spaces on this side. We have decreased that by 1 to give a little bit more space to this tree. So in this configuration, as we discussed, the paved area will be retained by a curb. The curb will provide a curb and gutter function where water that is on the parking area surface travels along the curb into catch basins that are located in the parking area. That water, as well as what's collected from a roof drain, this building travels into catch basin, travels into a pipe, and that is treated in a bioretention facility that has since been expanded slightly. It's a little bit larger in the 70% design, but it remains in the same place. And you can see where the paving surfaces now. This plaza area is not pollution generating, but there is a catch basin located in it, and this all drains to this bioretention feature. So all of the the pollution generating surface associated with the parking area is treated in a bioretention facility. Now, for the non-pollution generating surfaces specifically, and I'm going to discuss the paved path because that was what Ms. Villa brought up in her testimony. You'll notice this little gray patch next to it.
Yes.
So that's a dispersion trench, and that is an approved stormwater facility that allows for basically water as we know, and let's see, as Ms. Villa mentioned, that paved surfaces can, cause erosion in the sense that water moves quicker over them than over natural surfaces. If there's things like dust or sediment, it can pick that up. So a dispersion trench effectively dissipates the energy from that water. It also causes it to spread out laterally so that it can infiltrate. We know infiltration is very limited in this area, but in terms of it being in a rock dispersion trench, that water would essentially move laterally before it soaks into the ground. Now, in terms of soaking into the ground from a groundwater infiltration standpoint, we know that there's not a lot of that, but trees and plants do a remarkable job at water uptake, and this area is heavily vegetated. So this trench serves to slow that water down and provides some stormwater function. And that trench continues on the downslope side of all of this path, non-pollution generating surface. And then you'll see it also.
And can I just back up?
Mhm.
That path that you showed me, that's in the preserve?
So yes, so this path is in the preserve, and this is a modification of the existing path that is out there. Go ahead.
Is there existing stormwater control in the preserve?
No.
Okay. Okay.
So you'll see this path or this dispersion trench, and this dispersion trench on the lawn side. So the property slopes generally from Beach Drive to the lake. It also has a slight crown in the center of the property. And so we're basically, draining towards Lake Washington and then down the lawn into the lake. And so, towards Lyon Creek and then down the lawn into Lake Washington. So where the lawn is being preserved, so this is the same lawn, we're not doing any new fancy turf or anything like that. It is, there'll be where the path is installed. We need to put form boards in order to install a path. Effectively, once the form boards are pulled, that edge of the disturbed area will be replaced with a gravel trench that contains a perforated pipe drain, which will serve to catch that water that flows over the path. That pipe drain with rock material in the dispersion trench You can grow grass over that, and so that'll be patched with grass, so it'll read like a seamless path to lawn edge. But it is a stormwater drainage facility as well. And that drains into a catch basin, where you can see, where there is the components of the system meet up together as well. So the intent is not that there's any water on site that's just haphazardly discharged to wetland streams or buffers. The intent is that all of the paved surfaces, even the non-pollution generating ones, there is some treatment of some kind occurring, whether it's settling, flow control, et cetera, in terms of what the comprehensive stormwater plan is that's provided. Ms. Villa also made a comment about these decks and the erosion potential because they won't be planted underneath. That's not entirely true because they will be a graded decking surface. So there will be both light and water permeability underneath them. And in my experience with using graded decking surfaces for boardwalks and overlooks, they do tend to recruit vegetation. So we don't see a highly erosive risk associated with the ground underneath these. I did just want to mention that as part of the stormwater plan. That's why you don't see in the drainage plan that there's drainage proposed for this surface. It's free draining.
Okay. I just want to find something. She was talking about she wasn't sure that the plantings being provided were going to be providing enough storm water treatment. And you've just testified all the stuff you're adding that she wasn't aware of, But I just want to make sure we specifically look at her issue.
Sorry, was that a question? Do you want me to answer
Not
that?
yet. I'm still
Okay.
trying to find it.
Okay.
Her opinion was that these plantings weren't enough to treat for water quality. But you've shown me there's more than just plantings to treat water quality, right?
Right. I would say regardless of whether the code would determine that the plantings would be sufficient to treat stormwater, that does not encompass the stormwater plan that is proposed on this project. There are numerous and multiple measures that are proposed in addition to the vegetation for the treatment of stormwater off of both the pollution and non-pollution generating surfaces.
Okay. And I heard her testimony saying that the water would roll unchecked into buffers, the stream and the lake with just some vegetative planters that may not be adequately spaced. Do you know what her concern was with the spacing of plantings?
I think the HPA makes a reference to a condition about maintaining vegetation 10 feet back from the feature lines. I think that was it. Right.
Okay.
It doesn't imply that nothing else can be there. It in our interpretation recommends and suggests that vegetation be planted at least encompassing the 10 feet. And that is the case. That is what we intend to do is provide vegetation. The stormwater manual does allow for surface drainage over what we would consider to be, low quality buffer vegetation. So like, for example, flowing over a grassy area is a method of treatment. And so, robust vegetation is great as well. But honestly, on roadsides, you can see that just allowing water to sheet flow off of the roadway over a grassy shoulder, a grassy swale, is, according to the stormwater manual, effective in some cases. So in this case, more robust vegetation, coupled with the other things, we feel like the drainage plan as it was presented in the BE is more than sufficient to demonstrate, the needs of this project.
And the new sidewalk in the right of way, those improvements in the right of way, what about drainage there?
So the new sidewalk in the right of way would be coupled with the stormwater drainage plan for Beach Drive, which is, I believe that the sidewalk pitches slightly towards the street, and then it is caught by the curb and gutter in the catch basin there.
Okay. And you're hooking into that system.
I believe so, and I would need to go back through. I don't think that the drainage plan is described. Is it described entirely on here? Yeah, so it's not included on this sheet in the BE, but my recollection based on my working with this with the civil stormwater engineer is that that's how the Beach Drive curb that's added for the sidewalk section, that the drainage would function in that area.
Okay. And the pond that you pointed out, is that going to be an open pond?
It will be open, yes. It'll be open. It has a retaining curb that functions as a seat wall around the majority of it. Because of the low infiltration on this site,
All right.
it will be planted on the interior, but it will have a lining underneath it, which
Okay.
effectively prevents that groundwater mounding effect that we talked about before. In order to ensure that there's capacity to hold the water that we're putting in it, we don't want it to fill with groundwater, and so it will be a lined feature.
Okay. All right.
To the public, it'll read like a planted area.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, TJ also mentioned when talking about the new lift stations that were going in Beach Drive and the new sewer line, replacement sewer line going in Beach Drive, he said he understood that one of the lift stations was going to be in the park. Can you comment on that?
Anecdotally, effectively, so the park project and the sewer project are both underway with the city. I am working on the park project. We have been working with Public Works to make sure that these are dovetailing together as necessary. Lift station location has moved around. My understanding is that it is not going to be located in the park at all at this stage. That's at 30% design. So that's the most that I can speak to that.
And when you say that's at 30%, that's 30% for the sewer project, the
Right.
lift
For
station.
the sewer, yeah, the lift station sewer project, they're at 30% design. We have eclipsed them being where we are in the design process.
Okay. And so nowhere in these exhibits are we going to find a lift station on
That's true.
these
Yes.
parts. Okay. Mm. I think you can stop sharing that now. We may need you to pull up some other exhibits, but my next question is regarding the shoreline. And in the Fudge's pre-hearing brief, they described the shoreline as having, quote, dramatic physical reworking of the shoreline landscaping. And could you address that? And if we need an exhibit, please let me know.
Sure. So the intent of the beach itself is that the beach that is there that has been historically used is in great shape for water accessibility. And so there is not any recontouring of the beach, which sometimes occurs on other projects. That's not necessary here. The bulkhead will be pulled out because of the low Sometimes when a bulkhead is pulled out and there's a high degree of topographic relief, there's a grade separation between what's the bulkhead is supporting and then where the beach
Oh.
is. It's necessary to like contour that. In this case, we're not anticipating that that's going to be required at all. Effectively, we're hoping that the bulkhead can just be kind of broken apart and pulled out.
Can
And
you
then
remind me why you're taking that out?
bulkheads are terrible for the ecosystem. It is one of the worst things that we can do. It essentially eliminates the shoreline habitat almost entirely. Bulkheads never last forever. They either become irrelevant, as this one largely has. So this bulkhead is wider than what you can see on the property. It's been partially buried. The lake wants this part of the shoreline, and so that bulkhead is not needed for any structure protection or anything like that. Or ultimately bulkheads fail over time. And then, so in this case, the most responsible ecosystem thing that we can do is to remove the bulkhead that's there. There's no recontouring of the shoreline that will happen. As I mentioned, the dock is going to be installed on the high point, so we're not even anticipating substantial grading that's going to occur to support the land that the dock abutment is going to be supported on. I would say the most extensive shoreline change that we're making is just the conversion of lawn to planting for that large, planted area adjacent to the seawall. And then also there is
That around Wetland A?
yeah, that's around Wetland A and on the project direction east side of the Wetland B buffer. So that's probably the biggest change in character to the shoreline environment on this property that will occur as part of this project, the bulkhead removal and then the extent of lawn conversion to native planting. And then there is another portion of native planting that'll occur basically project east of where the dock approaches. So where there's the dock, the end of the dock abutment, there's a large planted area there. And that serves to really, keep people from getting underneath the dock and
Can
all
we
that.
see that area? If you
Totally.
wouldn't mind, thank you.
Yeah. I think this is probably best shown by going back. Oh, wait. Is it in the BE since I'm already in there? Yeah, okay. So we're still in the BE. I'll share this. This one. You guys seeing the BE right now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is the page 0328 impact analysis. It's PDF page 57 in Exhibit 12 in the BE. So if we go to the dock page, so you can see this area of planting. So we knew from the prior measurement, so we're at about 25 feet wide here. We're, somewhere like 25 feet wide here and about 16 and a half feet wide here. So, that gives you some idea that this is about 30 feet wide and again, about 16 feet wide, just roughly judging by eye the dimensions. So this is an area that is, because the buffer of wetland B is fully encumbered by everything else, it's not drawn individually. But, that wetland B buffer does something where this portion is in the buffer and then this portion is in the buffer as well as these areas. But as far as what's at the shoreline, this shoreline planting and then this shoreline planting will be a change in character for the better along with the bulkhead removal.
You said this one and this one. Can you point those out to me again? The shoreline
Sure.
plantings
Yeah,
right here. Okay.
right. And here. In
And
addition
there.
to the bulkhead removal, which the survey indicates the bulkhead is short, but we can see from the aerial photographs. And then in the site visit, I was able to pull back some of the vegetation and you can see that the bulkhead extends out farther. So
Okay.
Yeah.
And you're planting right next to the dock. Why?
Well, we don't want anybody to get, too close to the dock to get underneath it, and honestly, reducing lawn reduction is a good thing. We want to make sure that, we're hedging in those two things. Again, that separation of uses, et cetera. So
Okay.
Yeah.
And that where you're planting right next to the dock. So it's next to the dock and goes right down to the water. Am I reading
it
that?
does. Yeah. So we saw that there's, this this is one of those examples of where we've changed the plan. This 50% in the 50% plan, there was this path. This has since been removed, and you'll see in the 70%, not in the BE. And I've just drawn this to go through that tree. That's not the case, but in the 70% plans, which are not shown in the BE. This path comes through here some way, and I believe it goes on the left side of this tree, not the right, but I'm not 100% sure. Anyway, so please disregard this part of path. We've since taken that out. So you saw in the stormwater plan that there's the dispersion trench that runs on the side of the path, and then on this side, and there's a dispersion trench that runs this way as well. So for this short length of path where we don't have a dispersion trench on this side, or on this, or on this side of the path, that would flow into this restored vegetation. So it's a small area of path, but we've tried to be as considerate as we possibly can. So there's a number of reasons why this planting was there. But I think from the public perspective, keeping kids from getting underneath the dock is definitely something that was on front of mind.
So as the designer of this place, do you consider these dramatic physical reworkings of the shoreline landscape?
In my personal opinion, I think that what the city has decided to do with this project is remarkable, and I think that it will be a demonstration. And so I'm incredibly proud of this work. In what I believe was maybe implied from the comment, in that this was, a really radical redevelopment of what was a previously natural shoreline, I would say no, I strongly disagree with that statement. This is a heavily disturbed, highly altered site, and I think that the actions that are being taken are really consistent with ecosystem preservation, which is the goal of the SMP.
We jumped right into your testimony on the very first day of this hearing without talking about your experience, past experiences, designing parks. Can you and I know Mr. Galt has your CV, but can you just give us some highlights of, your experience that has led into your design work of this park for the city?
Sure. So I started my career in basically 2003, 2004 time, working at a transportation planning and engineering firm where I did site analysis and, funny enough, supported trip generation and transportation modeling scenarios with a predominant focus on bicycle and pedestrian planning. So I then pursued a graduate degree in landscape architecture. During that time, I worked at the Geological Survey, where I did extensive work with the geologic core repository. So basically doing computer graphing of geologic stratigraphy related to core samples through Florida, which has a very interesting hydrologic system to it. So the interface of salt and freshwater, underwater reserves and groundwater protection. Upon graduation, the Geological Survey was part of the Department of Environmental Protection in Florida, which is very similar to Washington's ecology. From that job, upon graduation, I got a job as a park planner at the state park system. As I mentioned, I was one of 4 planners, so an extensive part of my job was community facilitation, working with municipalities and stakeholders around public parks. So the state parks, really in every place where there's a system, they have a dual mission of both resource conservation, so both natural and cultural resource conservation, as well as public recreation. And so the way that we always talked about it in the department was that if you're doing all of one and none of the other, you're not fulfilling the 2-pronged mission. And so it really was about balancing recreational experiences and facilities with ecosystem, natural resource, and cultural resource preservation. So a project, so continuing with my CV.
Could you stop sharing? We can't see.
Yes.
Thank you.
After working at the state parks, I started working at the Watershed Company, and that was in 2012. I was a landscape designer and GIS analyst at the Watershed Company, supporting both the planning, natural resources, and landscape architecture departments. I did a substantial amount of geospatial modeling for Shoreline Master Program efforts. and then worked on as well a number of our landscape architecture work was really focused on critically complex properties, so properties with wetlands and shorelines, often both. I did work as a landscape designer and then later as a landscape architect on the really 2011 to 2017, or 2012 to 2017. The watershed project number is 2011, but I joined in 2012. Work for Lake Forest Park on Lyon Creek. So was familiar with the site prior to this project coming up. At the watershed company, I became a landscape architect and then eventually the lead principal of the landscape architecture department. So leading then, park and residential projects, again, lots of shoreline redesigns, the type of substantial shoreline recontouring that I think, maybe the Fudges were mentioning, where there may be a massive bulkhead that's removed, the shoreline's recontoured, there's a number of mitigation measures that are done. So many of those types of projects, public parks, trails, mitigation associated with those. I did become a board member at the watershed company, so really setting strategic decision making related to the types of landscape architecture projects that we would take. We then went through a merger, and that's why you saw the evolution of watershed, DCG watershed, and Facet on the project documentation. When this project came up in 2023, and just my interest in this area and this basin, the watershed basin, and the confluence of elements of wetlands, creeks, streams, and recreation planning. I was very, very excited to throw our hat in the ring to attempt to be involved with this project. It's a great one.
Thank you. Thank you. Back to the harder questions. There's a statement in the appellant's pre-hearing brief that says the project area is, quote, a nature-oriented space that supports wildlife. Can you comment on that?
Sure. I would say that the partially restored condition of what is currently recently functioning as the preserve is a nature-oriented passive recreational space that supports habitat function. And consistent with this project, it will remain so, and I think it will do a better job at that based on the proposed improvements of retreating some of the recreational access to the preserve out of the preserve property. But in terms of if that statement applies to the full property, I would say no. And I would say that it only applies to the contemporary nature of the preserve and would not apply to really any of the other, the pre-preserve condition or to the Turner properties.
So the historical uses on this property were not nature-oriented spaces to support wildlife. Is that what you're saying?
No, I would say not, based on the prevalence of invasive non-native vegetation, the lack of apparent management, both visible from the condition, when the project started, but also through aerial photographs of vehicles, boat trailers, et cetera, present on and around the shoreline. The docks that are present there. I mean, it's been a highly disrupted property for a very long time. Does it support habitat? There are species that exist all over the lake in very compromised habitats. So I don't want to imply that this is not ecologically important, but I would say that this project does more for the ecosystem than the prior condition did.
So we have the Lyon Creek Preserve, and then you have the other two lots. If someone else had bought these two parcels, what could go on them?
Oh, I mean, I would imagine that and this is complete speculation, right?
Yeah.
Anecdotal speculation about what, in my experience of doing, many, like tens of projects around Lake Washington alone, let alone Lake Sammamish and other lakes in the area. Um, I would have expected these to be developed to their maximum residential development potential, probably something like a large house,
Mm.
often to the setbacks in every direction, usually with at least one, maybe a couple garages. I mean, yeah, that this project is occurring and that this is, you know, this will be a public amenity after this is actually a pretty incredible story. Doesn't happen very often.
There's a claim in the Fudge's pre-hearing brief that says that the city will be that the Fudges will be affected by changes in stormwater drainage from the project. You've gone through the drainage plan with us. What's the effect on the Fudge's property stormwater effect from the project?
The intent is that there would be no stormwater effect. You are not allowed to just tilt your property in one direction and let it drain onto the neighbors. That's not something that we're allowed to do.
Okay. This may take some exhibits, maybe not, I'm not sure, but um, uh, TJ Fudge testified that there is going to be an 80% increase in the impervious surface in the project. And he was not able to provide us those calculations. Ms. Villa today said that sounded high to her. She had not reviewed his calculations. Um, have you been involved in calculating the impervious surface on site?
Yes. So what would be consistent with demonstrating the project complies with the code would be a summary of the existing impervious, or not the existing, but the proposed impervious condition that demonstrates that we're not above what would be the allowable threshold, which for these properties, the Turner properties, is 45%.
45%. Do we have an
Right.
exhibit that shows us each
Um,
parcel and its
yeah, let me look in the exhibit
percentage?
list. So, um, it is, we had one in here. If anyone sees it before me, just shout it out. Oh, impervious surface. It's exhibit 20.
Oh, right. Thank you. Sorry.
Yeah. Let's see here. Oh, okay, there we go.
So maybe we'll be looking at 20 and 21 right now, but exhibit 20.
Yeah. Okay. So here's exhibit 20. Let me go ahead and share my screen again. This one's easy. Exhibit 20 is one page, so we're looking at that one page. Okay, so this is the summary of the proposed impervious surfaces for each of the properties. And so you can see that the impervious area, has code definitions that have to go into it. So how is impervious area defined in the jurisdiction, and then how is lot area defined? So in this case, you could imagine, well, the parcel area is this big, so I can pay 45% of it. You can't, because the water area has to be excluded. And so that's factored into each of these. And so the way that these numbers are presented is that basically there's the total parcel area, the parcel area less the water area, the proposed impervious, and then the proposed pervious area. And so what we are proposing for each of these is in the math here. We get, close 45% to the net impervious in the middle parcel, but we did not exceed the allowable threshold. And so this is what we would need to demonstrate in order to say that we're in compliance with the code.
Okay, and what's the percentage on the lot next to the Fudges?
The net
Okay,
impervious
thank you.
is 37%.
37. And the preserve is 12%. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
So what we were not required to provide, but what we did provide is also just what does the calculation look like for all parcels together. We don't intend for these to be lot consolidated, or for any two of them to be, but anyway, we did look at it on a project-wide basis as well, and that's a 30% impervious for all three projects or all three parcels together.
Okay. And then, so Mr. Fudge's testimony, that's an 80% increase. I think I've seen, maybe it's in Exhibit 21, that the city's or the applicant's calculation is a 5% increase from existing. So you've showed us it's within code what's proposed. And if you could walk us through existing.
I don't see the 5% number
Okay.
in here, but I think I do know what you're referring to. We prepared, and it was it was an extra exhibit, not for this hearing, but for essentially bringing new staff up to speed with what the project was proposing. We did do that calculation for them. You can see what basically the spirit of that calculation would be.
Can I ask you
Sure.
what first is, would you have responded to this question in the land use submittal comment letter, Exhibit 27?
Would we have, oh, maybe I'd have to pull that up and look in it. This one. Where it would say where it would mention the 5% number.
Yes.
Okay.
Down in
Apologies.
numbers.
I was involved with the calculation of what those numbers were, but I didn't actually type it into any of the documentation.
Okay.
So I'm
I think it's in number 7. There we go.
okay. Here we go. I don't see the 5% number in there.
Okay.
And also it looks like this is just totaling up the two Turner properties.
Okay.
Yeah.
My error,
That's
not
okay.
the exhibit. Okay, so but you provided the city with the information showing what the increase in impervious surface was?
I did. There was a point where the question came up, and we did have the discussion of, what is the regulatory basis for the degree of net pervious change? And Kenny may be able to speak to this better, but I believe that there wasn't one in terms of do we have to demonstrate change, existing and impervious outside of and separate from any of the other known at loss and mitigation work. So that is all handled appropriately in those documents, but for the sake of just looking at lot coverage, development code basis, what we really have to demonstrate is that the proposed project doesn't exceed the threshold, and we have done that. But for the sake of just understanding, having the staff understand what the project is changing, we did do that. And I know where I can see this pretty well. I'm going to go back to this is exhibit number 42, and that graphic one that I did that just shows this existing and proposed overlay. And so you can see effectively, we have compacted gravel surfaces of the trails and of the driveway, and really where this change occurs is on
What sheet, excuse me, what sheet are we on?
Sure. We are on PDF page 38 in exhibit number 42.
38. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. Okay, and so you can see here that we've got a retreat of paved area out of the preserve parcel, and then we do have so effectively, the transfer of some of that impervious onto the new parcels. So I don't know if we want it to get and enter that other, exhibit but
Are you the person who did that 5% calculation of the increase?
me and my team, yeah. I
You
was
and your team.
the staff
Okay.
overseeing it for sure.
Okay. So each of the three parcels meets the 45%
Right.
threshold. And then as a total, it's an increase of 5%
Right.
over existing.
Yes.
Okay.
And so that the increase of 5% over existing was I believe, a slight increase on this property, a slightly larger increase on this property while still maintaining under the threshold, and then a net decrease of impervious area on the preserve parcel.
Okay.
With a net over the three properties of being 5%. But again, a net over the three properties of 5% isn't something that we would have to say in the development code, right?
Mhm.
Each of these has the obligation to meet the code on its own, which is to not exceed the 45% threshold.
Is when Ms. Villa was testifying, it sounded like she needed to see maybe it was just the existing condition, but do you have to know existing impervious for any of the mitigation conditions or to show no net loss or anything like that?
I would say to know a calculation and a quantified specifically square footage and percentage of impervious existing to impervious proposed, I would say no, because even looking at our wetland buffers, some of this impervious area occurs outside of those buffers. And so if you were talking about, how did this impact those changes in the buffer? Some of it's irrelevant because it occurs outside of the buffers. It's within shoreline jurisdiction, but again, that's, another piece of regulation. And I think what would be more important would be the substantive, condition of the property. Yes, paved surfaces being part of it, but it's a much broader picture than that in terms of what might be the current habitat and ecosystem function of a property versus what might be proposed via restoration. The best example of that is that, it's pretty typical to say I have a large, low quality buffer, and by restoring part of it, I will have a smaller but much higher functioning buffer that will provide adequate or better protection. So, yeah, that would be
Okay.
my response on that.
Great. I'm gonna switch gears to utilities. If you could talk to me about what were the existing utility connections at the preserve and the other two parcels when the city purchased them and historically in the past.
Sure. So as mentioned, to our knowledge, all 10 of the structures that previously existed on these three sites were served by water, sewer, and power. And so all three lots retained that connection. For the purpose of moving this forward, I don't recall that there was any change to the water, sewer, and power delivery. Effectively, like, maybe the preserve doesn't have a flush toilet, but does that mean that it's not served by side sewer? And to my knowledge, none of that infrastructure had been removed. And so the connection from the Turner or from the Morris property, the sewer connections that were there previously, are not used, but the underlying infrastructure remains.
Okay. And there was a house there, right? On the
It was a
Morris
very
property.
large, very cool looking house there. Yes.
Okay. All right. So you had that. So 10 structures, one would have been the Morris house. And
Right.
then
For the purpose of this discussion, I'll just go to the 2002 aerial. So this is in Exhibit 42. This was the presentation that I made, page 10, Bates 1036. So this is the property, the project property. And there is a connector sewer line that runs on the water side. There's also the sewer that serves the property that runs through the yards. There is other infrastructure that runs, through the street predominantly. And so you can see here that there's a roof. I think there was a shed over here, but I would have assumed that does not have water power and and sewer, but the house, house is kind of in here. And then the Turner properties had the 9 structures.
Can you point
Um,
out the 9 structures on the Turner property?
Sure, sure.
Thank you.
So there is this cabin, that one is outfitted like a cabin. There was the main house here, that was the 2-story with the bathroom and laundry room and kitchen on the lower story, but then with the bathroom on the top. This is sort of a hobbled together structure that is a cabin on this side, and then this garage was added later. So this was outfitted with, the plumbing and kitchen, a cabin here, and then this larger cabin that had both a cabin and then a garage on the side. This was the 5-bay carport, one of which was enclosed here. From what we can tell, this had, I believe, a water spigot, may not have had sewer in that location. And then these 3 cabins here, here, and here, each of which the 3-point bathroom and the kitchen.
Okay, so how many let's see, how many toilets, sinks were there?
Um,
3.
that's a great question. So I'm presuming that there was no sewer connection on the carport. It would have been 8, 9 toilets, because there was 2 in this house. And then, next to each one of those toilets, there was a tub as well, which would be on sewer as well. And then they each had a bathroom sink and a kitchen sink. The Morris house, we presume, had a bathroom and a kitchen, but I don't have the floor plan of that, so I can't speak to the sewer taps that would have been associated with that project.
So conservatively assuming only 1 bathroom in the Morris house and a kitchen. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And then so are those connections still existing on the sites?
The Morris house is demolished.
Mhm.
And my presumption is that the sewer connection that once went there has been decommissioned. But I do know that that there is a water tap there
Okay.
for irrigation. So, or for whatever the city wants to do with it. But there is a water connection. There's a meter on that one, so it's still served by that.
Okay.
And then the sewer connections for these other structures, yes, they do remain. So these 3 have been capped. This one has been capped. They're not decommissioned, though. The decommissioning of those sewer connections would happen with the new project.
Okay.
So they're still, you could install a toilet over that, and flush it. But it
Yeah.
would just, yeah. So anyway, so those are still there, but they have been capped at the foundation. And then in these structures that still stand, they still do have restrooms, and this one has been demolished as well here. So
Yeah.
the sewer remains. That's part of what needs to be yet addressed
Mhm.
when these foundations are removed.
Okay. Okay. And what is the plan for kitchens, bathrooms, etc.? What are we hooking up to?
Sure. So there is a phasing strategy, which is that the renovated structures are this just this one half of this one, not the full thing, and then the main house. So this will have a sink, and so it will connect to sewer as well, but it won't have a toilet. It'll be an open air structure with just a sink for picnic uses. There is 1 bathroom in the annex building, which is one no tub, accessible bathroom, made. It's really intended to serve if that building is being used for something. So if there's a scout meeting or something in that, they don't have to leave to use the park bathhouse for that. So 1 restroom here. It also has a small kitchenette, which is just a counter, basically, counter with a sink. This is going to be a 4 family restroom configuration. And so that'll have 4 flush toilets, 4 sinks, and then it will have a basically like a service utility sink. But we're not proposing any, showers in there. And then the second story of the main house is being removed. So that'll be opened up on the interior. So one of the restrooms will go away. It will still have a kitchen, and it will have one accessible restroom without a shower in it. So that's the intent. And so effectively, as I mentioned, the sewer project, that's a 30% design. So the sewer that, remains here, as with all of the Beach Drive homes, the project is being connected to the existing sewer. But knowing that the investment in this project is substantial, the last thing that we want to do is come back and rip it up again out to the street to meet up with the new sewer project when that's finished, which we are anticipating will happen sometime after the park is done. So we're actually outfitting this with 2 sewer connections, one to the existing that will serve the project, and then a second stub to the street that will be ready to receive the eventual side sewer service once that's available after the pump station project. At that time, this once that is connected eventually, this will be decommissioned, the connection to the existing sewer.
Okay.
Right, as it will happen, for all of the homeowners on Beach Drive.
What sort of fixtures are being installed in these, facilities now compared to what was there before buildings were removed or are
Oh,
still
sure.
there?
So, everything that, was there had fixtures circa the age of the building. It did appear that the excuse me, that the main house, the restroom in the upstairs was newer, but it still looked like it was circa 1970s, 80s-ish.
Okay.
And so the fixtures that were in these structures would have been contemporary for that time. Low flow.
70s and 80s or what time?
No, some of these, it appears that they're from, the 30s, 40s, 50s, as these structures may have been redone over time if, the toilet broke and was replaced. We didn't date stamp each of the fixtures in there, but they were very representative of the construction of the structures. The one exception is the upstairs restroom in the main house, which did look, to me, newer than some of the other fixtures that were present. So those would have been, contemporary to that time. Everything that is coming now would be, low flow, energy saver, all of the typical things that they make with fixtures now, but going one better, because this is a LEED and sites and salmon safe project, we would be proposing the most low flow, fixtures basically that you can get.
And how will those compare the use of, those fixtures and the number of fixtures compared to what was on site before the city bought the property?
By gallons, I can't say. But what I just can say is that, the way that these things were designed back then is quite different than the way that they are now. And so we would expect to see higher performance on each of these. So less water use with a stronger flush for the toilets, for example. The energy saving, related to windows, walls, insulation, all of that stuff. Just generally better energy and utility performance is what I would expect to see.
What about the number of people using the bathrooms on the site now? What's that going to do?
What do you mean? On the site currently? As my knowledge is that there's no longer a caretaker living on the site, so I wouldn't expect them to be flushed or anything like that.
Right. What about when the park opens
Sure.
and we've got 6 or how many toilets will people be using when they're not using the house, they're not using the annex? Is there 4 toilets then?
Right. So it's 4 family style restrooms.
Okay.
So it's a natural beach swimming area where we would not be required necessarily to have a toilet, but it is strongly recommended. And it was something that we heard from the community and is often requested at parks. Oftentimes when you have a natural area and you're having to bring in sewer and water service to that park space for the sake of providing a bathroom. Just the cost of getting the utility there is very expensive. We have the benefit of the fact that there is utility on the site, which we hope to reuse, or in close proximity that we can tap into. So it makes it more cost effective. And this being a trailhead, providing a restroom is a really good amenity. And so the decision was made that, the 4 family style restrooms would provide best for the type of user that we're anticipating, which is many families. So,
Okay. Well, I almost hate to ask this question. Why isn't it required? Is
um, you know,
natural? I'm
that
just
I don't know. If it is
okay.
a spray park or a constructed swimming area, it is. But I think,
Okay. It's
according
natural.
to, yeah, DOH, natural swimming areas, it's highly recommended. Um,
Okay.
yeah, I can tell you for the beach park in my neighborhood does not have one, and it comes up at every single public meeting.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. Um, Now, have you been involved in the lift station project to the point where you know the state of those pipes and why it's being replaced and all that kind of stuff?
No.
Okay. Okay, we have one more exhibit that shows from King County. Let me see. Okay, I'm going to show you, this is exhibit 33 that we've got in here. And can you tell me what this is?
Yes, this is a cap charge letter. Uh, this basically describes what the anticipated sewer and water impact will be. This is used as a communication to sort of describe the difference from a sewer water capacity that you are proposing on a property. And this is one of the things that, if if there is a problem to the group that gets this, they will tell you that you have to prove that there's sufficient capacity for your project. So this is a necessary, required thing. And this is the one that we filled out for this project.
There's a concern from the fudges that the checklist didn't evaluate pollutants on the site. Um, are those pollutants dealt with in the stormwater system, or how are we dealing with pollutants like that?
What does it say? Pollutants they're
The
talking about?
tire
Oh,
pollution.
okay. Yeah, 6 ppdq is in tires. It does have a mortality effect on some salmonid species. And there has been great research out of I think it's WSU extension about using, soil, sand, and vegetation remediation as an effective means of removing that. So biotreatment after, outside of stormwater or outside of pollution generating surfaces can be helpful for that. So in this case, the pollution generating impervious surface, which is the parking area,
Mhm.
does drain to a bioretention facility that will be planted. It'll have bioretention soil media in it. So this is a special mix of basically soil and sand It has organic matter, sometimes charcoal, etc., in it. And then it'll be planted with plants that are resilient in bioretention conditions. So there are other pollutants, in that sometimes come up in projects like this, like turf grasses that are brought in can sometimes have uh, fertilizers and things in them. That's one of the reasons that the current lawn is being preserved. A lawn is in pretty high demand from citizens of Lake Forest Park. There's no intent that this will be a, golf course quality green. Yeah, it's going to stay as it is, and that's, you know, is the better ecosystem decision for sure.
Okay. When is it normal to submit the final storm drainage plan?
So the completed technical information report, the TIR, describing the stormwater drainage, would be submitted as part of the building clear and grade permit, which happens after the design has reached 100%.
Mr. Fudge testified the other day about the two alders on the city's property that he's concerned are going to shade their solar panels. I didn't hear him talk about him being concerned about new plantings, but I assumed that from earlier briefings and maybe earlier comments. But can you talk about the shading from those two trees and anything else the city's going to do in the area next to their property?
Sure. So I think I misstated earlier, but then corrected myself pretty immediately that I thought that those two alders were proposed to remain. So we did confirm
Oh,
via the
that's
plans
right. They're
those
leaving.
two alders, yeah, are coming out. So that includes the one significant 2774 numbered tree, and then the non-significant alder that's sort of planted in its pair. Professor Fudge mentioned, that these are alders kind of just show up and colonize, and that's very true. That's what they do. They grow very quickly, so they can go from being, not there to 6, 7 feet tall in the span of, 3 years. It's a pretty aggressive thing. So we cannot guarantee that none will show up in future years, but the intent on that property line is outside of the large trees that are already present. So the one adjacent to the wall and the one adjacent to the seawall. I don't remember if there's another one over there. I think there might be a third. But anyway, outside of those trees, which are all located lakeward of the last structure that's currently on the Turner property, we aren't proposing, large screening trees in that area. It was large shrubs to create, a screening thicket. And
So nothing that's going to reach above their 20-foot roof height?
let's see here. Don't remember if we added the planting plan. Oh, we did. Okay, perfect. So luckily for us, the planting plan was one of the sheets that hearing examiner Galt requested be added to the SEPA plan set. So if it's okay, I'll just go ahead and share.
Please.
So we are in Exhibit 46, PDF page 28, Bates 1124. And so you can see here what we have proposed, and this is consistent with the degree of plan completion, which is what the ecotones are that we're providing. So this is really
Sorry,
done.
what are ecotones?
Sorry, just the vegetation composition of each of these. So in lieu of saying what some of these individual species are for areas outside of, basically specific areas, we've got just a mix of species composition describing what's going to be planted there.
Okay.
So you can see that where we are proposing to plant new trees, we are planting them mostly on the preserve, and that is consistent with just having a heavily shaded buffer that reduces heat from creek systems like Lyon Creek.
Okay.
We do have a couple of shrubs that are planted. I think these are trees. This is probably a vine maple based on the symbol that's being used, but I can verify that. Located here, so coupled up with the shade of the existing tall trees that's on site, but nothing planted in here. And as we saw, I think this the Fudge's home is somewhere in this neighborhood with the roof line and the solar. So the intent is, that we will not cause adverse effects to their solar panels. I have to admit that I was not aware that this was a concern for them until seeing their comments. And so at the time that we presented, or that we prepared this, mitigating potential shade on their solar panels was not a concern. But now that we're aware of it, when we do go and do the detailed planting for these, we can be cognizant of that. But based on what's been proposed and discussed at this time, the fact that there is a structure foundation here, there is a sidewalk here, this is all previously compacted area from the structures that were there, and there's a wall here. This is not a good place to plant large canopy trees, and so it doesn't even lend itself to that being a wise idea. So it was not the strategy for this area, and based on all of these other things, I would not assume, under no circumstance would I think that we would be going in that direction, regardless of the solar shading concern.
So as you were designing this project, was there any provision in the SMP or the Lake Forest Park code about, any sort of shade corridor protection or anything like that?
No, you can't, you don't really have, it's hard to say this without coming across as a little bit cavalier or rude, but you don't have a right to your view, you don't have a right to your sunlight, you don't have a right to your shade from things occurring off of your property in most of the jurisdictions in Western Washington. Unfortunately, or fortunately, I don't know. Neutrally.
Okay, I think we're good with that exhibit. Thank you. I'm not sure which plan sheet this is, but the SEPA checklist says there's not going to be any workers on site, but the plans include a note of office, and I think it's on what we're referring to as the annex building. If you could explain that note of office to us.
That's correct. So basically, in the design of a building, we have to anticipate some of what its potential for use is, and then find a parallel to that in the development codes. So if something is clearly a residence, for example, we would need to provide access and egress windows. We would need to assume that people are sleeping in certain spaces. It would need to be it would need to have, fire alarms. It would need to have bathtubs in the shower or a shower in restrooms, those types of things. In a office scenario, you do not have to provide the same types of things that you would have to provide for, say, a medical or a residential structure. And so when we were looking for a parallel to describe how the architectural design of this building should occur, what the city described to us as being a flexible space to accommodate overnight lodging uses, office is a very good parallel.
Okay.
The reason that I can say that it's not designed for use as an office specifically is that there is another design criteria that we have to find, which is the structural loading of something. So when you assume the occupancy and structural loading of something that will be office, you assume it to be less people, more paper, more desks, fewer individuals in there, than you do for what would be an assembly use. And so the office designation describes one component of this, which is how the floor plan will be laid out with the building code. The other part of it is that it is assembly when it comes to how the structural foundation of this building is designed. So it's effectively office/assembly for the standards and requirements that are applied to its design. But what has been communicated to us from the city is that this will be a multi-use, flexible space that they can operate to, respond to community needs.
Mhm. And is that the condition that's explained in the Shoreline CUP, or is it in the ZCUP?
You'd have to point me to
That's
a
okay. I'll look.
condition. That's okay.
I'll look,
Okay.
and then I'll be able to point you to it. Okay. Mr. Galt, I think I have again reached my capacity of an hour and a half sitting and having this conversation with Ms. McClusick. Could we have another break?
Oh, I thought you were going to say you'd reached your final question.
Sorry, no.
I was getting excited.
I'm sorry. I'm blowing that excitement away.
Okay. And I was also thinking, gee, we're so close to 5. Let's just skip the break. I wasn't even going to mention it.
I don't think I can do it.
Okay. 15, is that what you'd like?
Yes, please.
Okay. My computer says it's 3:58. Let's round it off. We're at recess till 4:15.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is the continuation of the February 27 afternoon session of the Lakefront Park Improvements hearing following our recess. Ms. Pratt, next question.
Yes, Ms. McClusick, the Fudges have expressed concerns about the lighting impacts from the project, both I guess during the day and at night. Could you address those concerns?
Sure. So, um, artificial light at night, Alan, as it's discussed, in the kind of ecosystem nearshore conservation world, we know is detrimental to aquatic environments. And there are specific parameters and design guidelines basically to avoid the harmful effects or to mitigate and avoid the harmful effects of artificial light at night on nearshore aquatics. So some of that is managing light glare, light throw. So basically where the light is shining, making sure that you're not just casting ambient light into the atmosphere, which is basically contributes to sky glow, which is a specific type of light pollution. And so managing light temperature, managing brightness, managing area. There are fixtures specific for dark sky friendly places. There's also habitat friendly lighting. So I had a lot of experience with this working on the Florida coastlines where sea turtles are a main concern. And then, in this area, I've worked extensively with, I was one of the originators hired as a consultant to develop the Salmon Friendly Lakes program, which a specific tenet of that is the reduction of artificial light at night. So both through regulatory devices and design guidelines. So I do know a fair amount about this topic and I'm passionate about it. And I know that one of the council members in particular has the desire to make sure that aquatic environments are managed. So since the beginning of the project, we have talked about minimal lighting and adherence to salmon-friendly lakes and artificial light at night specific guidelines for this project. So in the exterior, that looks like no light where it's not necessary. It also looks like where light is necessary, managing the temperature. So casting a warmer tone closer to like an orange or a yellow or a red, which is demonstrated as less impactful. And then using things like sensors and timers. So, if someone walks by, the light turns off for 5 minutes and then it turns off, those types of things. On the interior, it means that lights may have sensors so that when you walk into a room, the light turns on. As long as you're moving around, it stays on. But then when you're out, it turns off. Also, windows being such that there's not going to be a considerable amount of architectural lighting on the outside of a structure. Pretty common for high-end lake homes where you might see, a lot of, really beautiful landscape lighting, uplighting trees and onto the building, and then bright lights from the interior of the windows so that you can see kind of this lovely silhouette of a house. All of that is not preferred for the aquatic environment, and none of that is proposed. And specifically, the intent is that all of that will be managed to, again, be an example for how lighting can be handled sustainably on a property like this.
Are there going to be structures with lighting that are close enough to the aquatic environment that they could harm the aquatic
No,
environment?
not to my knowledge.
Okay.
I know that we are proposing power to and I'm going through my mind. So the closest structures on the shoreline would be the dock and would be the picnic pavilion.
Okay.
So in the picnic pavilion, we will have power. Picnic pavilions, it's really popular to have instant pots, and like a phone charger, that type of thing people ask for. So it will have a power outlet, but I don't believe that it's intended to have any lighting. And then the dock itself will have power for the sake of emergency management, potentially powering, as I mentioned, the lift chair if the city opts for a powered ADA lift chair, or any sort of eventual needs like that. We have talked about a reflector or something on the end to be used in emergency situations. But there is no plan for typical dock lighting like you might see on a residential dock.
Okay. Is there any lighting on the preserve now?
I don't believe that there's any lighting on the preserve, and there's no intent for like outdoor landscape lighting on this project at all.
Okay. And then is there anywhere where there would be outdoor lighting that would affect the Fudge's property, their home at night? We've talked about the headlights, but anything else, building light or?
So no, we haven't intended. I believe from walking around on there previously that there may have been a floodlight or something like that used for security, either on the pole next to the gate or by the carport. I believe that I saw something like that for security, and we are not proposing anything like that on this property.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure, and as the city staff could speak to this better, but during this time where the project is not a park yet, that there is a night vision camera or something like that for security. So there would be ways if the city decided that they needed some sort of security device that they could do it without a strong, powerful light that contributes light to the environment. And either way, if it was determined by PD or someone else that a floodlight was necessary, it would be warm and on a timer, which would be the things that we know to make sure that the light was mitigated efficiently.
Okay. Does the Lake Forest Park Municipal Code have dark sky lighting sections in the code?
Um, I cannot speak to what might be in the building or zoning code related to exterior lighting, but I can speak to the Shoreline Master Program.
Okay.
So a lot of the science about the harmful effects of sky glow and direct illumination of the aquatic environment, and really specifically what is the detrimental effect that light causes, particularly for salmonids and salmon in the aquatic areas of Western Washington. That research is fairly new from a
Oh,
research
okay.
standpoint. And so what we're seeing is that there are many shoreline master programs that don't currently, respond to it. City of
Yeah.
Issaquah was really a pioneer in that. They kind of adopted the first, but I can say that the Salmon Friendly Lakes program does offer candidate language that local jurisdictions can use when they go to do their scheduled update to their SMP to provide provisions for managing lighting.
But so if it's not required in the SMP or the code, the 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 project as planned and described in the plans is to use dark sky and salmon friendly
Right.
light.
And because of because of the example ordinance that is out there, because of what we have seen and learned from Issaquah's code, it's not that, you're just sort of you don't really know how to tackle it. I mean, there's specific tools that the city can rely on to make sure that this is done in a way that is supported by the information that we have now about the research and what helps.
Okay.
Right.
All right. That was my last
Um,
question for
you did mention just now salmon safe. There's salmon friendly lakes, which is a program specific to Lake Washington and Lake Sammamish about restoring lakeshore, nearshore environments and the reduction of artificial light at night. There
Okay.
is the Salmon Safe program, which is a credential that includes numerous things related to site development and site maintenance, specific for uh, conservation of salmon habitats, starting in upland and urban areas, all the way down to rural and nearshore lands. So the project is going for Salmon Safe certification. Salmon Safe has some lighting guidelines in it, but because I mentioned that research is so new about really the specifics of some of that, even Salmon Safe is improving their artificial light at night guidelines. But we will be using both. We'll be using, the best available information that we have for the mitigation of nighttime light to protect aquatic environments. And then we are pursuing Salmon Safe certification for this project that includes a little bit about lighting, but also many other aspects of the project. So the two aren't interchangeable. Salmon friendly, salmon safe are different, specific, both apply to this project.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. Appreciate it. All right. Mr. Galt, that is my last question for now.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Aniker, do you wish to cross-examine?
I do. I don't think I have a huge number of questions. It is almost 4:30. Yeah, if you're okay, I would like to proceed. Suppose you've
Okay.
already offered me the floor.
If you would rather not start now, I've got a handful of questions that I've been jotting things down as she's testified, and I have the feeling mine will take less than a half an hour.
Okay. Mine, I think will be about a half an hour too.
Okay, go for it.
Okay. So, Miss McClusick, I admire your endurance, first of all. So really quickly, could you bring up that first sheet that you walked us through a few hours ago? I believe
Can
there was
you give me the page number, or do
I
you
I
remember what the content of the sheet was?
yeah, it was the driveway as it is next to the Fudge's house.
Okay. think that you're talking about Exhibit 46, Augmented SEPA Plan Set, Tree Protection Plan, Bates 1104. So I'm going to share that and you can tell me if I guess correctly.
You
This one?
did start with Exhibit 46. That was the first slide. You
Yes.
started Exhibit 46, page 3 was where you started.
Okay, so that's the survey. So is this the one?
That is it. If you could,
Sure.
ooh, actually,
Zoom
could you
in.
go back to the one that you had previously? I'm sorry.
This one? No worries. This one?
So
Where
are we going now?
We are in the upper left quadrant of PDF page 8 in exhibit. Sorry, there's like a bar of commands up here that I'm afraid if I move it, I'm gonna end
Exhibit
up.
46.
There we go. Thank you.
Oh, it is Exhibit 46? Okay.
Yeah. I am sorry. The plan that I was looking for was the one that depicted the proposed parking lot.
Oh, sure.
It was an Exhibit 46. I remember
this
that.
one
Yeah.
did?
Yeah, and I think you'd had some measurements from
this one.
that's the one right there.
Okay.
Okay.
And
So
which
if
one
we
is
can,
that?
This is page 17, upper left corner, and that is Bates 1113, and it is in the same exhibit.
okay.
Okay, 46, page 17.
And if you could just zoom in a little bit yeah, right at the top of that driveway.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like you measured 17 feet 11 inches from the lot line there.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And there's a bulge right above that. What is that bulge?
Oh, what do you mean?
Fair. It has lines.
This?
Yes, that one. It has diagonal lines running from
Right there.
top left to top
Mm-hmm.
or bottom right.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. What is that?
That is intended to be a parallel parking space reserved for city or, police service vehicles, basically. It'll be signed to that effect. No parking, service vehicle only.
And you said there'd be plant screening in that area?
Yeah, so this hatch here, this is all planting.
Okay.
And so screening would occur in this area and through here, basically. This will be ground ground cover, but this isn't going to be screening planting in this location.
Okay. So in that design is ground cover then.
Right here. Yeah. So all of this is going to be screening vegetation along this back fence.
Okay. And I believe it was in this exhibit, I think in a couple of places, you were discussing places that there would be a privacy fence.
Yes.
Is there any drawings that depict that privacy fence not as something you just sketched on it during this hearing?
Yeah, so those occur in the design progress submittals that were shared to the city, but were not submitted as part of the land use application packages to my understanding. So you would have also seen those in any communication with the public showing the renderings of the project where it had described the fence. It was included in the schematic design and there was it's included in the cost estimates. And forgive me, we have discussed many different options at many different times for this project, but the intent, the fencing should be in all of those places. Does that make sense? Yeah.
And you said that was supplied to the city as part of the approval process?
Well, and when I often speak, no, I said that it was not submitted to the city as part of the land use application, but I said that it was submitted to the city. As we know, the city is a body. And so in my conversations with the city council, with the Parks and Rec board is like quasi city, but it's all coordinated through the city's project manager, which is Corey Matson. So in terms of me submitting documentation for demonstrating the design and construction of this park, a portion of which is these permit applications. In those packages, it describes things like, the fence. It describes what the pavement section might look like. It describes a lot of things that are not included with a typical land use submittal.
And moving on a little bit here, you described a buoy line
Mm-hmm.
between the Fudge property and the park property.
Mm-hmm.
And that buoy line is dead on the property line, correct?
That is the discussion thus far. That's what the intent would be. So that buoy line, I did go back through. I don't see it in these plans, but it was included in the schematic design package, which is the one that was approved by council that had that buoy line along the property line, and it's included in the implementation and phasing plan in that document as well.
When you say approved by council, that's the city council and not the planning department approval.
Right, yes, correct. So basically the way that a project like this will typically go is that we don't know what the design will look like. And then each incremental stage of the design, there is an approval acceptance process that says, yes, it's okay to move this forward to the next milestone. Through phase one, which was the engagement and design phase, that approval was through city council. And so we did a rigorous design process, which is where a lot of the engagement took place, a lot of, the design vetting, site assessment reports, those initial things guided the design. That design is summarized in the schematic design package, which we then did a cost estimate for. And that is then what is used, that was approved by council, and that was used to solicit grant funds to keep the project moving forward. So in that document, which is on the public engagement website as the schematic plan report, that includes the buoy line.
Thank you. So you could go ahead and stop sharing your screen.
Thanks.
I am going to share my screen here. Okay, so I'll represent that this is Exhibit 1,
Mhm.
001, and we are on plan number L015, Bates number 0005. So you testify that the dock needed to reach a certain certain length out to
Mhm.
the water to reach a safe diving
No,
depth.
I did not say that it needed
Oh,
to reach a
I'm
safe
sorry.
diving. Yeah.
A safe. What could you clarify what you said as far as reach a certain depth?
Sure. So in the marine facilities design guidelines, the bottom of the dock structure needs to provide for freeboard, which is space between the dock structure and the top of water. And so we know that we have, and so there's that. It also needs to provide a specific depth above the lake floor. And specific for this accessible launch, it needs to accommodate supporting the launch, the minimum distance above the lake bed when the water is at its lowest. And so all of those things together mean that we had to bring the dock to a point where it reached the lake, the depth of water that's shown here. So we could not make it less because we could not get to that depth. Now, Dr. Fudge made a comment about their dock length and boating with a motorboat and reaching what she referred to as meaningful water. So if we were proposing motorboats or diving, swimming off of the end of this pier would not be long enough for those. And so I just, for what you said about reaching a diving depth or anything like that, that is not reached by this pier that is proposed. That's why we're not proposing, use by motorboats or diving. We did have the community ask for a longer dock to allow for really deep, swimming, but that's not provided in this design.
Thank you. Back to the buoys. Do you know if swim buoys are effective at preventing trespassing?
I have no, research or data on that. I know that they are commonly used for that purpose.
Okay. They're used for that purpose, but you don't know if they work.
No, sir, I don't have any research on the efficacy of swim buoys.
Okay.
I do know that they have demonstrated, they have been used on this site, and so as in terms of being a sustained facility, it seems not out of character to provide one at this location.
Do people swim at the site now?
I don't know if they cross the buoy line.
Okay.
The Civic Club has a swimming area directly adjacent to the preserve. The swimming area at the Civic Club and the preserve waters where swimming are prohibited. A buoy line is the device that signifies that boundary.
Okay. But you have no knowledge if that prevents anything.
If it prevents swimmers from leaving the Civic Club to come onto the preserve property,
Yes.
I don't have any studies about that now.
Okay. So you gave a definition of reasonable use.
I'm going to object. I don't recall her testifying to a definition of
Okay.
reasonable use.
Okay, that's fair. I can restate. What makes the use of a property reasonable?
I think that it would be a combination of factors.
Could you go into that?
Sure. I think that it is a combination of factors related to what's allowed, what may be feasible, what is the intended development outcome and performance of the site from the landowner and purchaser. For example, I've worked on many reasonable use exemptions of residential properties where what might be interpreted as a site where reasonable use should be to leave it in its more wooded natural state, they were permitted to build a residence with a driveway or supporting amenities. So I think reasonable use is a case-by-case decision.
Okay. But the intent of the purchaser has to do with that.
I would say that it is a factor in the sense that if the property in the aforementioned example would have been a land trust, their definition of reasonable use and the case that they would make under the reasonable use exemption process would be different than the case made by the residential purchaser.
If the person were to buy a residential property with the intent of building a three-story building, a three-story home on that property, but the zoning only allowed for a one-story home on that property, would building a three-story home be a reasonable use?
If the code provided a process similar to a variance that would allow for that to be considered by the regulating agency, I think it could be argued that it was a reasonable use.
Even though a single floor home would still be possible on the site.
I can't say that a single story home would be possible on the site that would provide what was necessary amenities for that home.
What is an active use in the context of this property?
As I mentioned, active uses are defined in the literature sometimes differently. I believe that the SMP has a reference of the of, active. That is different from the Recreation and Conservation offices, the Washington RCO offices active definition, and that is different from the active, definition of places like the Washington Rec and Parks Association or the National Rec and Parks Association.
And which of those definitions would be relevant for this property?
Well, one could argue that it would be the SMP definition. However, we already know that the presence of water access public properties are not appropriately discussed in Lake Forest Park because they have never been encountered in Lake Forest Park. There is one public property